Hey guys, good morning. Wasn't planning on trading today, planning on going to work. I've been feeling rough for a few days and I had a bad night last night. I was up coughing, so I didn't get a lot of sleep, a few hours sleep. So I decided to take the day off. So I thought if I'm not out earning money, then I'll do some trading. So morning all. Who we got in so far? Yes, trader, good morning. So it was a bit of a sticky old day yesterday, to say the least. Morning, Julian. Bit of a sticky day yesterday. That's the first red day I've had. Morning, Roger. Morning, Ahmed. I don't know how you pronounce that the proper way. A bit of a funny old day yesterday. First losing day in 19 days. Morning, Sam. Morning, leader loser. And I knew it was going to happen at some point. So it was a sort of a new experience. I'd had losers, I had losses, which I was okay with, but obviously the first red day. Morning, Kim. Morning, Nemesis Turtle. Rand Wolf, morning. It was a bit of an odd day yesterday, and I did look back on my trades, what went wrong, and I I think what happened yesterday is because we had this sort of strong push up, and then it slowly feathered out. It went sort of more sideways and up, and I think I got involved in a trade. I can't remember what it was now. I can't remember. I got involved in a trade. It was a second entry long. I think there was a small, little bit of sideways movement. I took it at the bottom. And that, strangely enough, I looked, it went up 3.25 points, but I was expecting it to break higher, which it didn't do. And I think when things go a bit sideways, perhaps better to reduce my profit a touch. Because if I'd have taken like the standard 2 points I used to take, then I would have been okay. So that trade would have been okay. But because it went up a bit, then sideways a bit, and then it went a little bit choppy, I think I got sucked into it because obviously we had that big push and I was expecting another strong push. We eventually did make a high, but I think I was about 550 down on the stream, but I did see, I can't remember whether it was... I can't remember because we had this sort of downwards. Yeah, I think it was here. I did see that one, which I liked, and I took it and I got 2 points. I think it was that one, or was it that one? I can't remember. But that's what I was waiting for it to push up and make a new high, which it did. It was working its way back to the sort of to the trend channel, the bottom of the trend channel. We kept sort of hitting here and hitting here and hitting it. And I think it was that one I took. I didn't get greedy. I just took 2 points. So it took my loss down to about $350, which is a lot better. But yeah, I think it went up and then it went a bit choppy and then it went up and a bit choppy and I sort of got naively sucking into it a little bit instead of sitting and waiting. So it is what it is. You got to sort of learn from it and move on. So I had a couple of nice positive comments. Sam just said, "Don't let." I noticed he put something on which stuck in me. Don't let one bad day define you. So that was nice. And who was it? Who sent me a message? Where's my phone? Someone sent me a nice message on my messenger. It would come to me. Let me have a look. It was Jacko. Sent me a nice positive message, which picked me up a little bit. It was my first sort of red day, because obviously I've had part of the reason why I did this stream, or the main reason, is I was having some issues with the revenge side of trading. And obviously this was my first sort of test of a losing day. And it's been such a positive start that it shook me a little bit, but I was okay. I think I managed it okay. I didn't revenge trade. I didn't go silly, so I got through it. So it's interesting to see what happens today, but I'm just going to carry on as normal and just put that beside me. I've learned from it and moving on. So what else we got on here? Leading loser, morning Mike, morning Kim, Yeah, okay. Well, we said those views, haven't we? Yes, Trader. What screen recording program do I use? Streamlabs, it's called. And it's free. I think it's part of OBS, I think. But yeah, Streamlabs brand. It was a weird day for drawing channels in the uptrend. If you look at everyone else's charts and how they saw it, everyone's channels were different. Yeah. Sometimes I get a bit... I mean, you can clearly see there's two channels and they broke, the bottom two channels broke. So that obviously clearly makes an overall... But yeah, sometimes when you keep drawing them, they get a bit messed up. But you know, you learn as you go on. I'm sort of what I class as at the intermediate level. So I'm still learning every day. I've got over the basics. I've got enough skills to make money now. But obviously I'm still learning on the job, and every day you're learning, and that's the good thing about trading. You're continuous on the job learning. So Dream Trades morning what? Great job, man. I had a couple of bad days recently. Yeah, I think we all get them, don't we? Because I'd had 18 days of green, I had such a good run. You tend to think maybe it's never going to happen, but I'm sort of, you know, I'm glad it happened in a way. And it was only a $350 loss in the end, so it could have been a lot worse than that. So I think as far as losses, it was a standard one-to-one trade, monetary-wise. So I'm all right with it. I'm okay. So who else we got in here? Jacko. I ended up red yesterday, messing around near the close. Yeah. I think it was a tricky day, I think, because we initially had that big push up. You tend to think you're going to correct a bit and push up again, which I did. But yeah, it's just, it happens, doesn't it? Sometimes days are easier than others, you know what I mean? Yes, trader. Yeah. Ben, what's the difference between this and CFD trading on USDT? CFD's contracts for differences. That's different. And this is trading futures. This is CFDs are different on the US 500. This is the S&P 500. So I'm assuming it's different from the US. Although the US, it is the top US 500 companies. So. Not sure about that one. What's yesterday was Sarjack. Yeah, no, it wasn't the easiest of days, was it? Could have been easier. Douglas, you've got your red day out of the way. You will make it happen today. Yeah, well, I think you have that thing, or what if I get another day? What if this, what if that? But I'm just going to carry on as normal. It is what it is. All I've got to do is get back to taking good quality setups and then just move on. So market has just opened, so there's a little bit of sideways here. I think that kind of looks like an okay trade, but it is sideways at the minute, so I'm going to leave that alone. Let's have a look. Doesn't finish nice anyway. Okay, so far we've had a couple of pushes down. Now we had quite a strong day because we'd had some quite quick moves down over the last few days, and we had sort of like a kind of a strong pulley backy day, if you like, yesterday. So whether we're going to continue down or not, I think we possibly might, but that's just speculation at this stage. But it is what it is. So we'll just crack on, see how we get on, wait for some good setups. So okay, so yeah, so we're downwards so far anyway, and we've hit this measured leg, yeah, for sure. That was there, wasn't it? That was about there. Yeah, so we took this measured leg, so that's clear. More than everyone. Didn't think you. No, well, I wasn't, but as you know, I felt a bit rough the last few days. That's kind of where I like taking them. I think that might, but we're still in this range at the moment, although that's where I like taking them. I think we're likely going to, but I'm going to leave that alone for now. Yeah, I had a rough night. I felt a bit rough lately, haven't I? I've had a rough, yeah, that went down quite nice, actually. That's usually where I like taking them, when they go sideways up to the EMA. Yeah. That would have turned out quite nice, wouldn't it? Would you have gone out of that? I'd have bottled it around about there, I think. That would have been nice. That's where I usually like taking them, but okay, it is what it is. Morning, Jamie. Morning, Sharon. How am I doing? I'm not so bad. Plan was to work today, but I had a rough night. I was up coughing. I think I had about 3 hours in the end, so I thought, solid work today. I'll have a day off. So I thought if I'm having a day off unpaid, then I might as well try and earn some money on here. At some point, hopefully, you can tell your job and it's costing you too much to work for them. Yeah, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah, and I don't need them in my life anymore. Yeah, I think that's what we all want to do, isn't it? Do this for a living. Work a lot less hours, earn a lot more money, and just have control of your own future. So okay, so far we're clearly in this downtrend. We've had short-term trends, but we're clearly started here, touched here. So we're clearly moving down at the moment. I did have a quick browse at the daily. So we sort of had a little bit of sideways. We've had this push down, a little bit of sideways. So I'm expecting another leg. Whether it'll come today, possibly, because we've started coming down. It's hard to say. Might come down a bit, come back up. But we've sort of had this push down, then we've gone up a bit, down a bit, up a bit. And we've gone a little bit of sideways. Although one of these bars represent a whole day of movement, as we saw yesterday. So are we coming down? Possibly. We've certainly started, so we'll see. But at the moment, get over. Are you getting over a bug here too? Yeah, there's loads of stuff around at the moment, isn't there? Okay, so we've had a break out of this, and this is a downtrend at the moment. So let's draw our short-term trend channels and see where we get out of that. See if we get out and come back in. So what I might do is get an order ready just in case. But we've clearly had this downtrend. We've had 2 legs down. So this is our first break out of it. So let's see what happens. Yeah, it's quite a strong push up, that, isn't it? Okay. See, have you noticed that moves by itself? Is it designed to do that, to say now we've broken out of a channel? It's hard to say, really. Well, okay, I think by that you could say that's a break, couldn't you? So let's see what happens. But what I don't want to do yet is take a short here. I'd rather it push down first and then take a lower high to get back in. Okay, so we've broken out, we've broken the channel, we made a new high. So let's just bring that over a little bit properly. Okay, yeah, that fits, and we clearly have broken out of it. I did have some affiliate links pop up early hours of the morning, so somebody or some people bought some, so I got a little kickback out of that, so I appreciate it. Thank you very much, you did that. It was an extra few quid in my affiliate pocket this morning. So that's appreciated. Mike, I'd like to see at least a counter trend colour bar before I start calling it a channel. Well, the reason I'm calling it a channel is because it came in here, it touched here, it touched here. If it touches 3 times, then you can call that a channel. So we had a small channel, then a break, pull back, small channel, break, pull back. So at the moment, I'm looking at as a downtrend, but it is early days at the moment. But that to me is a sort of clear trend at the moment. And if I look at the 10,000 tick chart, we've had a couple of pushes down, and we're pulling back to the EMA here. So let's see if we can push back down into this channel and give me a good setup, in which case I'll take it. So we've had this push up, we've had a break and a new high, and it is going a bit sideways. So I'm only going to take it if it breaks through and gives me a good setup, but I'll only take it on a lower high, and I'm going to stay out of this sideways stuff. But for me, it's got to, it's our new high. It's got to push down below the EMA and then pull back up, leaving me a nice bearish bar below there. That's the only reason that will get me interested in a trade. But it does look like it's, let's see if it retests this, if it pushes through. But at the moment, for me, this is, as we've sort of touched here, we've respected it here, respected it here. This clearly looks like the start of a downtrend, so we'll see. Like you say, it could bounce off here and shoot off, you just don't know. But see how it reacts. Now it's got to this. New high, trying to go once. It's triggered above this. You could call that a second entry long. So let's see if there's any longs get into that. See if you put an order below there. It's going to be quite a sizey bar, isn't it? See where this finishes. I kind of like where this is going. Okay, I'm going to take that as a failure. There we go. Okay, let's take this above here. See what happens here. Don't want to get too greedy. I'm hoping it's going to come down here, back into there. We'll see. We might follow it down. We'll see what happens. And I'm on a bit of a pullback. I'm more interested in definitely getting me 3.5 points, so. I'll put that there and just capture what I can out of this. Okay, that's good enough for me. That's got me back in the game a bit. Okay, it's probably going to... What I was going to do is try and get it around these lows and not sort of get too greedy. I did that yesterday. Now, what I will say is I do go for a minimum 1-to-1, 3.5 points. Now, the first losing trade I had yesterday went 3.25 points before it came back, and then I lost it. Now, if I'd have been scalping 2 points, I'd have made my money there. So sometimes it's not quite going to hit my 3.5 point target. And I sort of accept that fact because I do go for 3.5 points. But if I'm making an extra 1.5 on every trade, you're in a sim. Let's have a look. No, I'm not. It was just a sim was showing you shit me up there. Whoever said that, Albert. No, I am. I have checked. It's just slipped out of thing. That's all. Got my heart started pounding there. Thank you for that, Albert. You've just taken 10 years off my life. Yeah, sometimes it's when you go for 2 points, when you decide to go above 2 points, you got to, respect the fact that sometimes it's not going to make it. I think I probably got out the right place. Sometimes it's not going to make it right. I was aware there's some medium news. The medium news doesn't always tend to make a big part, but I was aware I got out of that before it started. But it says on mine 245, and it's not there yet. So Whether this is part of it or not, I don't know, but thank goodness, or else it would have shown profits. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, right. Yeah. So so that's a nice start to the day. So at least that's covered my losses from yesterday, isn't it? But what I'm trying to do is not be afraid to get back into a trade. Now, I know that was a bit above the EMA, but I did see Mac mentioning that. He'd been asked a lot of questions because they recommend... People are saying, well, if it's a second entry or it's a failure, what if it's slightly above the EMA? And if he said it's a good setup, then still take it. So I did. And I'm trying not to be afraid of pulling the trigger, you know what I mean? So that's one problem that you can have. I've not struggled with that as far, but I've not been to this level yet where I'm sort of making money or building up an account. So, but I am aware that sometimes if I wait for 3 points, it's not going to make it. But the extra 1.5 minimum I make on every trade more than covers the odd one that loses, you know what I mean? So I was hoping that was going to break above here. Kind of like the way it's pushed up. We haven't come back into it yet, but that could possibly be a hidden second entry short. Anyway, let's have a look. Brand. It's the PA accounts. Just the NinjaTrader window to set the sim. Yeah. I did check it all this morning. Usually I right click it and actually click on that one, but I had about 5 or 6. In there, a sim and a couple of other fail ones, but it's only showing the 2 now, so I didn't right click and just select that specifically. So where are we? But thank goodness. Yeah, you put the woolies up me there. I gotta say, Chicago deep dish pizza news coming out now. Groll Daddy morning, Valentino morning, afternoon, Econ in 2 minutes. The news, yeah. Is that what you mean? Yeah. I was aware of that. A lot of traders don't have the medium. I haven't. But about 3 weeks ago, there was a bit of quick news. Fortunately, it went in my favour. But somebody mentioned that it was news. In fact, it might have been that news. And it spiked, fortunately, in my favour. Who said Sharon? Hey, Sharon, how you doing? What is a second entry long? That may have been worth a short, actually, but it is a bit too far for the news, and it's quite a stonking old bar, isn't it? So best just leave it at the moment. Second entry long. Okay, hard to describe when we're in a downtrend, so let's have a quick look. Let's come back to yesterday, my nemesis. Second entry long. That is okay. So there's our previous high. There's our new high. We've had one push down, one push up, and another push down. So it's basically what we're saying is 2 legs. So first entry, second entry. So when that one breaks above there, it's a second entry long. So it's basically 2 legs down with a high in between and that one. And look at that one, rocketed right up there. So, and a second entry short is just the complete opposite. And the second entry short would possibly be something like that. Let's pretend that's our new low. One push up, first entry, second push up. As soon as that bar breaks, that's your second entry. So it's basically push up, new low, push up. And that would have been it. And if you'd have taken that one, you'd have got a lovely few points out of that. And as easy as we see those now, when you first start, it can be a nightmare. I really struggle with failed second entries. I just couldn't get my head around them. And then sometimes I'm thinking, okay, so you count from the top and possibly the bottom. Yeah, it just messed with my head a little bit, that did. Okay, so we're having some strong downward movement at the moment. We've had that news, which hasn't done much, I don't think. So, where did I take this one? That was here, wasn't it? Okay, so we'd had a break here, new high, trying to go once, trying to go twice. And the reason I took that is because I guessed First entry, second entry. That was a second entry long finishing on its high. So I'm guessing there'd have been some longs in there, and judging by the way that pushed down quickly, there were some short stops there, which is why I took that big bearish bar, because it only had to come down a tick, hit them the long stops, which then gave it that quick nice push down. And we are in an overall downtrend currently. So yeah, I mean, that's clearly a downtrend to me at the moment. We've had a push down, pull back, push down, pull back. We had a break. Now, it could have gone up. It could have gone up to here and turned into a bit of a range. But the way then we had this new high, try to go once, push down, try to go twice. And just with those two together, the way that was, that then for me was to come back into this channel. So, Valentino, where are you from, brother? I could guess with that name, but I think you're new on the stream, so welcome. I'd like to know where people are from. Sharon. Oh, you're our Israeli friend, aren't you? I was talking to one of my Israeli friends last night. What's the reason for the short? Because the chart made a new lower high. What's the reason for the short? Lower high. That was a lower high, which is why I shorted it. Does that make sense? Am I not explaining things well? Just your channel. It's a 3-hit. Not sure what you mean there. You're on about up here, are you? You're on about there, are you? On the bottom. Oh, that's better. Yeah. Well, I mean, to be honest with you, the channel was like that for sure. We've had that break move back in, so then you just do adjusting, but I'm too busy yabbering on here. So, yeah, that's better. Okay, so far, clearly down. I did look at that, but we're a bit close to that news, but that would have been a nice trade, that. You could call that hidden second entry long, or you could... hidden second entry short, but just the way initially we'd broken out, because sometimes you'll break out of a channel, come back in, and then you'll draw a bigger channel. So German accent, sacrilege. Brant, it's your German accent, hard to understand. German. Excuse me. German, ich bin 21. German. You're going to set me off coughing now. Texas. Same planet. There we go. Valentino. Don't know, that looks like an Italian name to me. But I suppose America, there's lots of different cultures over there, isn't there? Okay. Yeah, thanks for that, Albert. Who else we got in here? ES Trader from California. ES Trader. We've got 2 ES Traders, haven't we? Someone stole your name there. California. Well, that sounds warm at the moment. Yeah, you're from Israel. Yeah, my mum's partner spent a lot of time in Israel. He was in the British military. He did a lot of undercover stuff there for years in Israel, working for various people with security in there. And he loved the people, loved the culture, and he sort of got big into his faith. So he does Hanukkah and all that, and we always buy him bits and pieces. He always lights his candles. In fact, he said to me last night, "How do I fancy a trip with him next year to Israel, me and my brother?" So that's a possibility. I'd love to go there, I've got to say. Visit the Holy Lands. I'm not sort of religious myself. I've always been a bit on the fence, but yeah, it'd be nice. Kirk. 1 loser, 2 wins so far. Up $1,300. Good on you, mate. That's peanuts for you, innit? That's small fry on your bank account, that is. Might quit. 10 for 2 on current. Douglas exercised. That's pocket change for you, that is, isn't it? Okay, so we've had a bit of an overshoot here. Let's see what happens here. Possible second entry short. I don't know how I feel about going short just yet when we've had this overshoot. Sometimes it would tend to push us a little bit more in the opposite direction. It would have to be something extra special to go short again there. Although, yeah. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too, Valentino. Valentino. Rolls off your tongue lovely, doesn't it, that? Okay, so, yeah, okay. So far we're in a clear downtrend. Let's see what happens here. Let's get a short-term trend chart put in there. Let's make sure we keep putting these in here. Because we can't really go short while it's still in there. We need it to break, really, to play it safely. So at least we had a positive start to the day, so that's nice to have. That's a little comfort blanket. In fact, I think I'll be quite happy finishing now, actually, and going home up. But I'm not going to try and get wary about it or worried about pulling the trigger. It's got to be done. I've just got to make sure I keep my trades solid. Close a bit properly. Open. That's better. Okay, so Albert took that failed second entry long trap bounce. So let me have a look. Took that failed second entry long trap for a bounce. Long trap. Failed second entry long trap. Are you on about that, are you? Yeah, there's nothing here, is there, I don't think. Okay, so we've had a clear break out of this. It has broken low and pushed up. Trouble is sometimes when you do get a bit of an overshoot, which it is a clear overshoot, then it can push a little bit higher. So they're side, even if they're a little bit side by side there. 1452 here. Oh, got you. I got you. Okay, yeah, you went long there, yeah. Fell second entry long. It isn't on my chart, is it? A little bit of congestion here now. Valentino, yes sir, one big melting pot of cultures. Yeah, I know the UK is like that at the moment. London, so many different cultures. I suppose it makes eating interesting. Put it that way. I'm a big fan of my Chinese food, I've got to say, and Indian food as well. Although Indian food tends to not agree with me as much now. And I do love my Italian food as well. I love my pasta, pizzas. Yeah. Okay, so a little bit of sideways movement here. So let's see what's going on. Yes, if I'm looking on the daily, we have had initial push down, but this could just be initial push down a little bit. It's sort of sideways, but with a sort of downward bias. But we've had this in the first push, and it was quite a steep one, which is probably why we've had this bit of correction. But I am expecting another push down, whether it comes today or not, or goes a bit sideways. But it's just after that big push up yesterday, I had an idea we were going to get some downward movement, because I actually expected downward movement yesterday, but it wasn't so. So okay, so we've had a break, trying to go no higher. Yeah, nothing to do here just yet, really. So any got plans for New Year's Eve? Anybody going out? We don't tend to. We used to go down a bit, but we've got a 14-year-old daughter now, so we tend to stay in a bit. Just buy a load of unhealthy food and sit and watch TV, I think that's what we're going to do. Used to go out a few years ago, but the trouble is you go out, come home with a massive hangover, you spent a ton of money, taxes are triple the price, and then you spend New Year's Day feeling ill and sorry for you. So we've had a push up with the side, but we could get another push up now. We may come back up to here. Sometimes when you get an overshoot on the one side, you can get another. Depends on how strong the downward is. But There may be some longs in there. So if that breaks below, but for me that's a bit sideways, so I'm going to be nice and sensible today and stay out. I think it's likely if it breaks below here it may come down, but just because it's a bit sideways for me, I'm going to be a good boy and leave that alone. I think if that does break below then, but yeah, just too risky at the moment. 100% I work remotely for a company that's based in London. Have you heard of Clarksons? I have heard of Clarksons, yeah. Clarksons. They're nothing to do with vehicles or anything, are they? No? Clarksons, not sure. Kirk, today I'm focusing on checking it out. Controlling him. I hate myself when I move the stop. Yeah, I used to do that all the time, mate. Take a scalp. It's a bad habit to get into, isn't it? And it's one of those ones when you get into it, it's bloody hard to get out of. I'd almost rather take a loss than chicken out. Yeah. Yeah, it's a funny old game trading, and it messes with you mentally, doesn't it? I got to say, since I've started trading, it's really helped me massively. Because I think if I'd have been sat here on my own when I went through that tough spell yesterday, I think I'd have been in all sorts of problems. I do like the fact that I have got a buffer now. I'm sort of $6,058 away from Apex's drawdown. So I like the fact that I've got a buffer. So if I did something stupid and ended up $1,000 down, or even $2,000 down, something stupid like that, it wouldn't be the end of the world. But I think the more that climbs, the more I want to protect it, which I think's a good thing. Okay, I thought this may happen. So I kind of like the way now I'm trying to be a bit careful. I had a rocky day yesterday, but it didn't make me go stupid, fortunately. Okay, so that's clear, 2 pushes up, so let's see what happens here. Sometimes when you do get an overshoot, it does create that push in the other direction. So if we hit this measured move, that would make sense coming out the top there. Shipbrokers. Okay, shipbrokers, I got you. Clarkson shipbrokers. No. See, we've got Jeremy Clarkson in this country. He's a car buff and an annoying one. He's one of those faces you just want to slap. I got you, Mike. Each candle is 2,000 trades, so the time varies. Yeah, it does, yeah. Why did they come up with 2,000 trades? Mac seemed to think that there was better information out of it. That's what I believe. So, okay, so that overshoot has created something on the other side. It would be nice, actually, and it's feasible that this could keep going down nice. It's not too sharp. Sometimes when you get these sharp pushes down, they've got to slow down a bit, but this is, I like the way it's coming back, and it's actually running really nice within this for a change, because it often doesn't. It's often messy. So we've had this overshoot followed by a push out the other side. So obviously got to wait to come through this, the EMA, to see if there's anything we could do to push back into this, back down deeper into this channel. So let's have a look. Who we got here? Douglas, yeah, 2,000 tick chart. It just means 2,000 trade, really. Mac thinks it. When he decided to do it, it gives that little bit more information. I believe it's on par with a 5 minute, so you could probably switch it over the 5 minute and have a little look. But yeah, I believe it's on par with the 5 minute, similar to the 5 minute. Yeah, it's 2,000 actual trades, isn't it? Is it better? Why not use 1 minute? 1 minute. How does it matter? It's a good question, actually. I can't answer that one. I believe it is the same as, 5 minute bars, much more time to think clearly and make, 1 minute's time-based tick chart. Details, price action. Yeah, it does. Tick charts actually tell you how many trades are going through, so I suppose that's more in the line of details, isn't it? Okay, so we've had what I expected, so before I take a lower high, I want it to push nicely through there and then give me a nice signal bar. Use 3 minute and yeah, some people use a mixture. I suppose whatever floats your boat, really. I suppose people try different things. Sometimes you may get a bit of luck out of it. Okay, let's see what happens here. Now, I'm just wondering whether there's going to be any longs in there which has been triggered. So this may be an area to take a short. See how this finishes, because we've had this break. I'm going to get in close with that, because if that finishes nice and breaks below there, I think that may be a good trade. Because that green bar is a failed second entry. Short if it fails. It's triggered, but if it comes below, then I think that will give us some momentum. So let's see what happens. Okay, I don't like the way that's finished, so I'm going to leave that alone. Maybe take the failure, but if it does break below here, I think it'll move quick and won't give us a failure, but we'll see. It's just a bit risky, that is. Because it is possible we could push up. I mean, it's early days yet. Once you become a serious throat-ripping predator, you step on the tick chart and stare down. I'll try and not make me laugh today. Otherwise I'm going to be coughing my guts up again. Almost feel like I coughed up a lung during the night. Every time I laid down, I was up coughing and coughing and coughing. Loads of stuff going around at the moment, isn't it? Everyone's got the lurgy. Okay, so I'm guessing if this breaks below this bar, see if I look here, that's a new low. There's a new low there, so first entry, second entry, triggered failure. That breaks below here. I'd say it does sort of look like it's going to do 2 legs down. I think it probably will, but there's not a great trade for me there anyway, so I think that's probably going to give it the momentum to come down to somewhere. Whether it'll come right back down and in or not, I don't know yet, but it's just, it's probably an okay trade, but on some of your charts, that might look nice, but it's just not right for me. Sam, everyone should try and master 2000 chick job before trying to change things. Yeah, sometimes I wonder whether I'm doing the right thing looking at the 5,000 a daily. The only reason I look at the daily is because it just gives me an idea of what I'm expecting the market to do. And the 10,000 tick chart, I have a glance at now and again, just gives me an overall picture. I know when I traded currency, they recommended we use, when I was intraday trading, using the hourly, and the 4 hourly is like an anchor chart, just to give you that little bit of excuse me, just to give you that extra sort of backing, if you like, I suppose. Okay, let's see if this breaks above here and then gives us some bearish. But we have had a first entry. Let's see if this turns into a failure. Failed second entry long if it works. Need to fail second entry long. I've got a little up. Short-term trend without a new high. Yeah. See, that at the moment is 2 legs down. So you're going up here, are you? You're doing something like that. Yeah, thing is, the way I can see this is we've pushed up, we've had a break, 2 legs up to a new high. So you could count that, really, couldn't you? You know what I mean? Let's see what happens here. So that is a second entry long, which is triggered. Let's see if that comes down. Let's get an order ready. Yeah, you could say that's a bit of one, but it's hard to say really. Trouble is, a lot of the time, it doesn't make. See that one, we had a break. Not so much of a new high, but more of a level. Sometimes, because the downward pressure can be that strong, it just doesn't even get there. Okay, I think if this turns out right, I'm 2 minds to leave it, let that push below and trigger. Okay. Let's try and not be too greedy. Gonna give that an extra tick. I like where that's finished, and it is a clear failure. I'm going to bring that down to the lows, around about there. That for me is a good trade. We have had a failed breakout, if you like. The overshoot's been compensated. Try to go once, push through the middle, try to go twice. It is a little bit sideways, but I kind of like it. It has triggered. It's not pushed down as strong as I like, but I'm guessing there may be some longs in there. So if we can get below there, I think that'll give us some momentum. Let's try and get something out of it and not be too greedy. That went through quite quick, that did. I think we need to get below here. Don't like that. Yeah, something about this. I'm going off rapidly. I'm hoping momentum's just going to take over. I'll feel better when we get below there, because that, you could say that's maybe some longs in there, see. We are clearly coming down. I do like the way that finished. That's where I like it. It is a little bit sideways, but even sometimes when it does go sideways, when it finishes like that, that's when we get that push, but I'm getting a bit nervous. Might just take that to the previous swing high. What I'm worried about is if that does break that, that's going to hit some stops. I don't like the way this is pushing up. If we get a push down here, I may try and get out of this. We'll see. I might just give that an extra couple of ticks. In fact, I'll leave that just above there. We'll see. One ticked above there, it's ticked once above there. Sometimes I'll give that an extra tick, and that would have covered for that, but I'm getting a bit nervous about this one. Short-term trend looking for a new high, yeah. Hopefully it just ends up bearish and continues down, but I think I like the way that is, but it's got those 3 bars, and perhaps I should have taken that into consideration, but the way it engulfed that one, we'll see. I'm hoping the trend's going to be on my side here, so we'll have to see. Okay, so that's closed there, so we'll see what happens. That's a shame. Oh, that slipped. Yeah, it's going to take me out, I think. Okay, sideways. I can close back in there. I think I may be okay, but we'll have to see. Okay, we'll see. We'll see if momentum just takes over here, and I can count myself lucky. We'll see. That has triggered. Now it could come up and stop me out, but I'm hoping the downward momentum gets me out of stick here. But there's nothing I can do now. Yeah, it's going to take out my stop, I think. Yeah, I'm done for. That's a shame. Okay. That's a real shame, that is, because I had a nice start. It's those 3 bars. Chase away. Yeah, that's a shame there. I think the way it came down here and hit this and stopped here, that then started to ring alarm bells. It was a failure, big bearish bar, but it's the fact, I think, that those went sideways, those 3 overlapping bars, I think was the problem. So okay, so it is what it is. You took that as well, did you, Kirk? Yeah, it did look, the trade looked okay, I've got to say, but I think the fact that it was, so we had an overshoot and we compensated it. I think it's probably going to come back down, but I think the fact that those 3 bars side by side, but anyway, it is what it is. I've had a couple of rough days. Okay, let's try not to let it rattle me. Got you too. Yeah. I thought that was going to do well. I think the fact that the only thing I can say about the trade is those 3 bars were going side by side. You thought it was fine. Just didn't work. Yeah, I thought, we had an overshoot here, breakout here, came back in, once pushed strongly through the MA, big bearish bar, exactly where I like to take them. The only issue there, I'd say, is 3 bars side by side, but yeah, sometimes they just don't work. Yeah, so it is what it is. No sweat on to the next one yet. See what happens here now. Are we going to get a bit of a move out? So we've had that break, haven't we? And a new high. Yeah, I don't think the trade was terrible, was it? The only thing I can say is they were side by side. I was expecting that to come right down to the low here, to be fair. I'd have put money on that. Nice failure. Big bearish bar engulfed the last one. Excuse me a sec. Okay. Drink. got to keep in mind, I must keep remember I did that when I get a few side by side. I've got to be aware of that, and that's a reason why I think I bet if I posted that, I bet Mac or Daniel or Marco would say congestion 3 back to back, and I think that was the problem there. So if I look at the 10,000 tick chart, we had these pushes down, we've had, this looks like 2 legs up. So whether we're going to come down or not, I don't know. So yeah, part of the game. Push up, push up. Let's have a look. There is some sort of resistance around here, isn't there? Let's get rid of this. Let's think now. Good trades, good trades. Okay, so you might not even really call that a breakout. I suppose it is and it isn't, isn't it? It is a bit of one, isn't it? But how substantial is it? We've got this midline up here, and there was a little bit of, if you look there, a bit of congestion around here, which it's, well, sort of gone straight through, isn't it? I wasn't quite expecting that. Measured movement, are you on about that one? You go from there. Yeah. Let's put this over. See what happens. He was long there in chicken egg. Oh, yeah. Call 1 point. Well, should have caught 5, yeah. Yeah, I bet there was a few got caught out with that one. We'll find out later. It's just a shame after you've had a nice win, win's got your confidence up and back in the game, and then you've lost it and you're down $140, but it is what it is. So what we're going to do here. Don't think about it. Let's have a green day. Yeah. I thought the trade was okay. The only bit that now I look in hindsight, they are a little bit back to back, and that may have just been an extra risk factor. But yeah, it is what it is, isn't it? That's precisely why trading never gets easier. Wins make you take more trades because, yeah, I still think the trade wasn't too bad. The way sometimes they'll go sideways, and then usually when they get up then to the EMA in a downtrend and they hug like that, that's for me usually when you get that other push down. And we sort of had a leg, didn't we? And I was expecting them to come down to break these lows, but it didn't work that way. But I don't think the trade was terrible. Because usually then when they finish like that, that's when they go out. And when it teetered around here, and then we had that push up. When we had this one, I thought, well, maybe then, it'll take over. But obviously the market had other ideas. But a lot of the times when I say we get a few bars side by side, I tend to stay out of it, so I've got to keep that in mind. There's no sort of upper trend there or anything, is there? Not really. So I'd say we've had this break and we've pushed down. We haven't made a new low, but maybe we will. Maybe we won't. Maybe we will start pushing back up. Maybe that'll sort of be a downtrend within a range. It's hard to say, really. 4 ticks would have been good. Yeah, I mean, I used to take 1 point, but if I'd have taken 1 point per trade, that's $100 per trade, I wouldn't have had a third of what I've gotten in there. So sometimes, I'd say 95% of the time, you're going to get way more than a point. So it's still worth taking more of a point. I know you could say you win a point, but there's way more. I mean, look at this. If you'd have taken this, even just that first push down, any other trade I've taken, they tend to go. It's rare you just get a point. I think just those three, the way we've had this push up and this bounce, and we've had a bit of a break here. The only thing I'd say about that trade, and I think maybe the likes of Matt might say, is there's 3 bars back to back, so it's a little bit stacking. So that just does up the risk a little bit. Short-term trend up from the bottom. So we've got that, haven't we? Got the break. 2 pushes up to a new high. See what happens now. We just say that's a hidden second entry long. Just got to be careful what I do now, because the last thing I want to do is fall into a negative momentum and take dodgy trades. So I've got to give it time to sort itself out. First trade, how many bars? Yeah, I know what you're saying. It is a bit like that, but I think because we've had the break and the new high and that. Well, I mean, that's the only reason I could say that. I think the trade was okay, but I think if I posted that, Mac will say, "Well, you got 3 bars, side by side." So that's the only thing I can think. But yeah, sometimes they just don't work. It's not, it's not. They're all right, are they? I clear second entry long bull bar. Yeah, so you could say that's a hidden second entry long, which is pushed up. Just got to be careful getting into trades around here. What I think I should have done is just left my stop where it was. I think usually I'll give an extra tick, but I took it up to that swing high, which probably gave me an extra quarter of a point or a third of a point or something. That up my loss a little bit. I know sometimes if you take it to the previous swing high, it might just get you out of trouble. And then when I saw that one, I thought, well, it'll either come back in or it'll trigger below and off it'll go. And I'm guessing there may have been probably some shorts there who got trapped, and that might have added to the momentum. Just seeing if there's any something in the way of a range there. There isn't really, is there? No, I wasn't planning on trading today. I've been feeling ill lately. I just got this virus going around, and I had a rough night up and down, so I decided to just take the day off. So I thought if I wasn't earning money at work, I'd try and earn some money trading. Okay, so let's have a look what's going on here. Okay, 2 pushes down there. Okay, so we've had a push out of this break. 2 legs up to a new high. Try to go once, push below the MA. See what happens here. Well, that is a possible second entry long. Would you take a long there? I think there are some that will. I'm just a bit nervous of what to do at the moment. I'd prefer that to trigger and then come down here. Now that has triggered, so what I may do is see when that goes up. I might put an order there. So we've had that new high, we've had a break, new high. Try to go once, try to go twice. If this fails, I dare say there's going to be some longs in there, which is why I'm putting that order. Okay, let's see what happens here. And that has triggered. Okay. Give that an extra tick. It hasn't ticked below here yet. That's what's making me nervous. I think I'd have been better off putting that below here. We'll see. No, it's going a bit sideways, isn't it? If we can get below here, I think we're okay. We need to get below here to get my confidence level up. So far, I'm thinking down. You could say this is the first proper breakout. But it's not looking good. Let's see what happens. My hair's standing on a bit, I gotta say. Yeah, see if I'd have seen that now, I'd have possibly stayed out of that, but I'm hoping if we can get below here, then we might get back in the game. We have had this break and we haven't had a new low yet, so I am expecting a new low. Get below here. Okay, that's giving me a little bit more confidence. See if we can get back in the green. It's not pushed down as quick as I was hoping it was going to. I thought there may be some longs there. We haven't had a new low yet, so let's bring this down and see if we can get back in the green a bit. Hopefully this finishes on its low. Okay, that's not too bad. It's giving me a little bit more confidence. Let's try and keep it quite close. Hopefully we might get some... Nice to have a bit of luck and get down. Let's try and not be too hasty. Give it a little bit of room to manoeuvre. It's not pushed down as strong as I'd like. I don't think there's any type of... no, there isn't. Should be nice to get back in the green, actually. It is struggling, isn't it? The EMA's going a bit flat. Okay, I think we're screwed again. Okay, things aren't going too well. See if we can get out of this trade. Okay, I'm not happy here. See if we... Okay, yeah, I'm quite glad I got out of that one. I didn't like the way that was going. Okay, let's try and calm down. Yeah, it's getting a bit unsure of what's going on here, so let's not get sparked out. Okay, so I didn't lose anything then, so okay. Long movement have been super strong today. Scalp down when it started to halt. Yeah. Okay, I got out of it for was it a tick or was it a break even? I don't know. Break even. Okay. Probably best to get out of that one. I kind of like. So we'd had this breakout and we'd had a small short-term trend. We'd had a break. We'd had a break new high. Try go once. Try go twice. I thought there may be some longs in there and it might continue down a bit. See, we haven't had a new low here, have we? So I think the sensible thing to do was to get out of that trade. I'm glad I did. Take a walk. Just watch for a while. Yeah. Not 100% sure what's going on a bit. It is getting a bit choppy, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Okay, so no harm, no foul there, so count myself lucky there. Same again, a little bit sideways here, so perhaps I should have learned my lesson, so let's learn second time around. You know, it's gone a bit, as we've come here, it's gone a little bit choppy, isn't it? Okay. In fact, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I'm just going to make a cup of tea. I'll be back up. Okay. Yeah, look, typically looking like it's going down again, isn't it? Let's have a look. Okay. This looks like it may just be a shallower trend. I think it may, it's hard to say at the moment. Let's have a look. Push up, new high, and we are sort of coming down, aren't we? Okay, possible second entry short. It's a little bit sideways, I think. EMA is quite flat, isn't it? So overshoots will typically lead to a break on the other side or a flat out reversal. So if you get a break, retest of the new extreme is less likely. Okay. Yeah, see, there is a second entry short there, but it is a little congested there. It may be going a bit sideways, so not that it's setting up anyway, so so in that case, testing the extremes, that may then have not been maybe worth sitting out of. It's hard to say, isn't it? I mean, I tend to a lot of the times leave them when they do that because you never quite know. But if you look at that one, a bit sideways, and then it rocketed down, so you'd have to know. But yeah, if they overshoot, I'd probably heard that before, but I didn't take it into consideration. So when I was expecting that to come down to here, so yeah, so I'll have a quick glance at the 10,000 tick chart. We've had two clear pushes up, and we're sort of breaking down to this here. Maybe we've got to push below it a little bit, and we're flitting around it. So are we coming down? Probably. But it's just a bit early to say at the moment. It's just a bit choppy. So it's best just to sit, warm your hands, I think. Excuse me a second, I'll have a cough. Sorry about that. So we've had a new high, try to go once. See if we can get down out of here. Failing, I don't know. It's a bit choppy at the moment. Need to just leave that alone, I think. Oh, I got out that break even, didn't I? Yeah, okay, I was thinking. Okay, one win, one loss and a break even. Strong push out there, look. So are we possibly moving up? It's hard to say, isn't it? There's a possible hidden second entry short, but I think that's risky, isn't it? Would you call that a triple test, possibly? I just don't like the way we've had this push up. Push up. Yeah, it's not turning out anyway. That upward channel you just drew is what I'm looking at for now. Downtrend channel. It's drawn too wide here. Something like that. We haven't had a new low. Are we still expecting it to come down or what? I think it's EMA's pointing up. It's risky going short anyway, isn't it? Market's got other ideas. I don't know, maybe it might be having a range day. Yeah, it's not really clear at the moment, is it? Yeah, you could say that, couldn't you, I suppose? The earlier downtrend I had initially was about there. We had a break. So that, yeah. We had a break and a new low, didn't we? Yeah, we did, didn't we? Let's just get rid of these. Yeah, so perhaps I shouldn't have redrew that. But the trouble is, you redraw it and it fits, so... Excuse me. Doesn't fit perfectly, but it's not far away, is it? Okay, so possibly a range day then. Who was it said to adjust my chart there? I don't know, it does fit nice though, doesn't it? So, but like Brant said, sometimes when you get an overshoot here, the opposite of the side doesn't always lead to a new extreme. So if we leave that like that and then say we've had a break out of it, 2 pushes down to a new low and a reversal. So that's better. Yeah. %, the large downtrend, so slightly. Yeah, and its new low is minimal. Well, that's clearly 2 legs down, isn't it? We've had a break. Clearly 2 good pushes down to a new low. So really, if I'd have left that where it was and let that play out, I'd have been less likely to take a short there, thinking we're getting a new low. So that's the trouble sometimes when you have a nice channel like that and you move it and it actually fits lovely. You expect to break in a new low, but perhaps you could, like Brant said, you could argue that that's an overshoot on that side. That's why we don't get a, you know. But I think the initial one I drew was that, wasn't it? That's what you've got to be careful of, isn't it? Drawing a... Yeah, adjusting your channels. So what do you expect it to do here? It's hard to say, isn't it? It's just a bit choppy at the moment. Push down, break, new low, push up. Yeah, if I'd have had that like that and realised we'd hit a new low, I'd have been less inclined to take a short there. So you could say, I'll move that up there. We've had a bit of an overshoot here, would you say that? And on that side, it's hard to say at the moment. It's not convincing enough, is it? Let's leave that like that. So that sort of fits better there, doesn't it? Let's just leave it like that for now. Yeah, maybe a second entry long. I don't know, just the way things are at the moment, it's a bit choppy. Could be 2 legs down. I think I'd have to take it when it's moving up. It's just a little bit choppy at the moment. It's just getting a bit hard to trend, and what I don't want to do is get in and have another loss. Because that'll send me on a right old bender, that will. See patterns in almost everything, yeah. You're not wrong. Excuse me a second. Excuse me. Yeah. Okay, that's clear. 2 pushes down, so let's see what happens here. I just think it's risky taking a trade here personally. Let's see what happens. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm a bit unsure about taking a long here. I mean, it's touched here nicely, it's touched there nicely now, but it'd have to push up to get me having any interest in it. One of those days that will be clear in hindsight, but absolutely unclear during live, yeah. Just means you've got to be a little bit more careful taking trades, haven't you? Yeah, because we have had this, we've sort of gone up, haven't we? Got this sort of, yeah, look at that, it's just... So I suppose you could possibly say, you could possibly leave that back where it is and draw that. And we've had this sort of couple of pushes up. It's failed, and maybe we are coming back down. So it's just hard to make a good judgment at the moment, isn't it? I'm going to leave that where it is for now. So at least we know that has played out. Let's have a look here. This is where you've got to be careful getting in here, isn't it? Yeah, if that ends bullish, which is obviously not, I'm going to say it's just risky, that is. See, that is a sort of a hidden second entry short, isn't it? But it's just risky to take that when we've had this, isn't it? But if you did take that, you'd have had a nice run there. Potentially coming down to make a new low. I'm clouding. Just check it out. Just don't like the way it's hit that and quickly been rejected. Does that tell me we are likely to keep moving down again? It's hard to say. Maybe we'll come back up here, retest the bottom, and then sort of move down in a bigger channel. It's hard to say, really. It's not very clear at the moment. If we retest up here, would you go short then? It's hard to say, isn't it? Got to push down, we get a break. Would you go short then? I'm still thinking down at the moment, but it's just, you know, we could have had this wider. Let's just put that back where it was initially. So that does fit nice, doesn't it? So if you forget this for now, we've had a breakout, haven't we? We've sort of had two pushes up, haven't we? So maybe we will come down, maybe we'll pull back a little bit here and then take a wider channel down. It's hard to say at the moment. We did have an overshoot there. It did turn into a wider channel, that's for sure, but I think it was the overshoot that may have needed it. Maybe it's needed time to go up and correct before it comes down again, because we had this overshoot this side, which then doesn't necessarily, as Brant said, lead to a new extreme. Perhaps it's got to gain some momentum before it goes down again. Let's see if this how this comes down. See if we can get a push up to this EMA. If we can get a push up to this EMA, maybe we may get another leg. May not even get up here. May just come straight down. I say down to 38.29ish, which is probably around about a new low. So perhaps this bigger channel is playing more of a part. I'm just hoping we get up here a little bit first. And if we do, then I may consider a short. But at the moment, I'm thinking it's likely it's going to come down. But this big sort of clear channel down, bit of an overshoot at the other side. Hasn't made a new extreme yet. Two pushes up. Let's see. I need to get a good setup before I think about going short. But I think a short is what I'm looking for at the moment. And a lot of time when you do have these quick push down, you get a little bit of sideways and then it comes straight down again. So, but not always, and it's not a good enough a reason to just go short. Let's see if we can push up to this EMA a little bit before it gives us a good setup. But what I've got to try and do is not get pulled into a poor setup and end up taking a loss and getting an even redder. If we can get a bit of a pullback, then I'm hoping we get another strong push down again. But I really need to get up here first. But it'll be sod's law, it won't let us. Top of my trading range is a double top, and we're chopping in the middle right now. So you got your range here, have you? Yeah. Yeah, we've got the top and bottom here, haven't we? Let's see what happens here. I like the way we've had a good strong push down. We can get a break up to here, then I'm thinking again. Another push down. ATM in California. See you next year. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, brother. Happy New Year. Let's see if we can get up a bit. Let's put him out the way a minute. Okay, so far so good. Let's get up a bit closer. So we've had this break, haven't we? I'm expecting another push down at some point. If we can get a second entry short here, I wouldn't call that a convincing break new low. We can get a second entry short somewhere up here, and I'm looking to come down again. There we go. How do we get rid of these? Remove. I wonder how long it'd take these. I'll sure not assume I just have to keep getting rid of them, do I? don't know. You might need to tell me how to remove these, Sam. I'll sort them out. Marco's chart has the initial downtrend with the break in a new low. Yeah. You've got them so popular, the bots on here. Yeah. So he'll have got that, won't he? But I'm assuming we hadn't had this. Oh, yeah, we had. Okay, so yeah. Break out a new low. So that. Yeah, so if I'd have left that, I probably wouldn't have got involved in that. But someone did say, make your chart larger, and I did. But when I looked at it, it is valid, isn't it? So perhaps when it came back up here, Marco would have opened his chart up. I don't know what your thoughts on that. Let's see if we can get something here. Let's get an order ready. I'm expecting another push down. Push up, come on. If we can get somewhere around about here, that would take us close to the bottom. So if we can get down here and make a new low, then I'd say this larger trend channel is more valid. We'll see. Don't think it's going to give us a chance, is it? If that does come down, I'm expecting something like that, maybe. Taking us down again, but we've got to get a good setup, really. As tempting it is. Okay, so that triggers over here. You could say a fairly fell second entry short. Just wondering whether there'd be some longs going up in there. I don't know. We'll see if that will trigger up above it. Trigger them in. You could, I mean, you might say a downtrend, break, new low. It is by a tick. It's not a convincing new low for me. Try low once, try low twice. Big bullish bar failure. If that triggers above there, I think I'm inclined then to put my short order here. I'm not saying it's going to come down, but I'm hoping that finishes quite bullish. Probably a bit early put this in, but okay, see if that does trigger. Volume has dropped off, it has a bit, isn't it? Let's see if this triggers, because it is a possible fail second entry short. I'd like it to trigger, and if it does and comes back, drops below here, then I'll probably put my short order there. See what happens. I mean, it might hit that and push up, but okay, that's triggered. Let's see what happens now. I'm just going to leave that there just in case it does come down quick on the engulfing, but okay. I kind of like that. Oh, kick me out of it. Okay. An extra tick. I'm expecting let's see what happens, to get below this. I'm just going to put that like that. I'm not saying it is, but maybe. Once I get below here, then I'm liking things a bit. After this one leg down, I am expecting another leg down. Let's put that there. Let's see where we can get. See if we can get something out of this finally. Let's get down below here, because that is a failure which is triggered. Okay, that's dropped below there. See how we get on here. Should be nice to get back in the green. Okay. Maybe some longs there as well, so I'm hoping we get a decent push down here somewhere. May even make a new low. Let's have a look. Okay, so we may get a higher low. See what happens. Let's move him out of the way a minute. Get below here, there may be some longs in there. Let's have a look. Get below there, then I think we've got a good chance of getting down. Oh, don't do that again. Don't do that. Don't do that. Well, I'm hoping it doesn't do that bounce that it did there. I don't think it will. I think if we can get below here, I think we're okay. One more tick. One more tick. There we go. Okay. I'm getting a little bit more confident now, so... let's at least try and get something out of it. I think as we've made a new low there, I'm going to try and just get something and not get too greedy. If it does go lower, then happy days, but I'm going to try and not get too greedy here. Let's give it, put it above there. Hopefully it's going to push down, but just in case it doesn't, I'm going to make sure I secure something. In fact, I'm going to give it a bit more space because we've had this push down. I'm going to give it a bit more space because I don't want to let it bottle me. Okay, all right. I wanted to get something. I didn't want to, so let's see if we can get it. It's probably likely going to come down. But I just don't like the way it's holding on that line. It's been a bit choppy and a bit unclear today. It's likely going to come down, and I'm likely going to regret it. But look, I'm down $7 now, and I've took about 2.5 points out of that. But it's just the way it's gone a bit choppy. See if we can get a lower high. I'm expecting a push down. You got out 2 points, yeah. I think it's likely going to come down. But just the way things are with my nerves at the moment, I think if I held on there, I'd get my payment, but much better setup. Yeah, it was. I like the way it ended up. Yeah, it's probably going to career down, isn't it? On another day, I'd have probably held out and got some decent points out of that, but my nerves just aren't what they are at the moment, so I'm just glad to be knocked down, really. But we had this push down, a little bit of a correction and the push down. I think it's likely we're going to come down. But it's just the way it was holding on this price here, a little bit of sideways here, so just a little bit of a doubt. If you look at the downtrend moment today, it's choppy. Yeah. You got 2 points. Yeah, it's probably likely going to come down a bit, but just, I don't know, sometimes you're better off get something, aren't you? At least I'm only down $7 now, I can deal with that. It's just not coming down as convincing as I was expecting. Sometimes it's like that a bit when it's a bit choppy, but I am expecting this measured move, and I think if let's just recap about this initial one. So this initial one, which Marco drew, had a break in a new low. Now, if I'd have left that there, I'd have seen the new low, bounce off here, 2 legs up. I'd have been less inclined to take that trade than thinking, maybe we're moving up. I want to give it time to come back down first. Having said that, even there it doesn't look too bad. You think even with this, okay, 2 pushes up. If it is a bearish market, then we're going to come down. So it doesn't look terrible with that there, to be honest with you. So it's just, sometimes it's clearly it's a bit rangy as well, isn't it? It's a bit all over the place. It's up, down, it's up one big push, then it's down a bit, then it's up. So it's not mega clear, is it? So it does make it a bit harder trading, but at least I'm not really down at the moment. So I feel a bit better about that one. But yeah, it doesn't matter which way you draw that, really. That still looks like quite a good trade. The only thing I think people like Marco and Matt would say, there's 3 bars stacking side by side, which can sometimes give you a little bit of alarm bells. But regardless of where that ended up, if this does eventually push down below here, then sort of maybe part the way through the day you might go, okay, well actually that fits really nice. So it's by the by anyway. So let's see what happens here. I am expecting it to go down. If I wouldn't have had that bad day yesterday, I might be inclined to ride it down a bit and make a bit, maybe just, I don't know, get out at break even or something. But Let's have a look. Thank you, Asim. It's very rangy, blah, blah, blah. Makes it a bit unnerving. It certainly does to sit through. Yeah. Great end of the year, new year, everybody. Thanks, Toad. Appreciate it, mate. That fell second entry looked perfect on my chart. No congestion, that one, yeah. Yeah, I you know how I feel about when bars end like that. For me, even sometimes when we have we had this load of sideways, yeah? Okay, so that's congestion, isn't it? Yeah, but look where that's finished. And usually when it eventually comes to the EMA and you get a beautiful bearish bar, nice and tight, look what happens. It shoots down. So I think it was just the overshoots there that, like Brant said, this is something I come across in the past, but I'd forgotten about it. Sometimes when you get an overshoot, you get it the same the other side, and sometimes that can lead to a bit of a breakout or a possible reversal. Now, I'd say by what I'm seeing at the moment, the selling at the moment, the way the markets are looking, the way the daily's looking, I think we're going to continue down, and this may turn into a sort of a bigger trend at some point. But yeah, I think there'll be quite a few that got caught out on them, but it happens, doesn't it? It's just unfortunate. I started with a nice positive one, which got me sort of my mind back in the game, and ended up getting stung a bit here. But yeah, if you'd have taken a point, you'd have got a point there. But I take 3.5 times that every trade, so on count, I'm way more up, so it's still way more beneficial. But it is a bit choppy, isn't it? Once it's come to here, it's just a little bit up and down, possible uptrend, and then it's sort of. But I am expecting it to come down to here, possibly a new low. Some days it does it. It's nice and clear. Push down. You see that push down, don't you? You see that fell second entry short, which triggers big bearish bar. You tend to think quick, strong move down. Then, don't you? Like we had this, which I suppose it is doing, really, isn't it? But if I wouldn't have had that red day, I'd have held on to that a bit, and that's gone for 6 points. I'd have probably taken that down to somewhere here without trying to be too greedy, and I'm pretty sure it's coming, which is why I drew that channel in there early, because that's what I was expecting, and I'm pretty sure that. So I judged that right, but when it got a bit down here, I think my nerve from yesterday. How much is the PA toolbar? This. I got this free being part of Max for 12 months. Is your NinjaTrader 8 free? In fact, that's a question I wanted to ask people, actually, because a friend of mine, my brother-in-law, was possibly on about doing it. I was going to check for him. Now, I paid $1,000 for it, but I believe you can use it for free, but I don't think you get the ATM strategy, so I don't think you can set automated trades where you have your profit. But I'm not 100% sure about that. It's been a year and a half since I bought this. See, so playing things well, lads. Thank you. Thanks, mate. Cheers, Sam. Obviously, yesterday threw me a bit, didn't it? And that sort of loss. But sometimes these things are sent to test you, aren't they? But it is what it is. Use NinjaTrader for free. Yeah, I'm not sure how it works now. You get the license from Apex. Yeah, you can use it for free, I think, while you're taking evaluations. I don't know whether you can continue to use it after you cancel your evaluation. I'm not sure whether it wins or loses. I don't know. And you're using ATM for free. Don't pay for it unless you want the order book. Oh, I didn't know that. I paid $1,000 for mine. Lifetime too. You are correct. No ATM. Yeah, it's. I'm sure you don't get the ATM. I didn't, and when I was learning through Mac, obviously the ATM's a big part of it, which is why I decided to pay for it, because at the time I thought trading was easy and I'd be using it on my own account, making a fortune within a couple of months. But it is free through Apex. You just don't get some of the order flow features. Yeah, I know sometimes, because I've got my own license, but I don't use it. I tend to just leave Apexes in there because I've been, using evaluation after evaluation. But I'm pretty sure if I've failed an evaluation, I've cancelled it. I've gone on to use the sim with their code, and it's worked. So maybe if you do an evaluation and you put their license in, maybe you can continue just to just use it. I don't know. Yes, I'm expecting this to come down. Now, if you say this bigger downtrend is valid, which, I mean, we do adjust these, don't we? And when I adjusted it, it fitted lovely, didn't it? Now, we've had the overshoot, which explains why we had that, so that makes perfect sense. So this is valid as you can get in my eyes. But yeah, so if we'd have left it like that, we'd have had the overshoot, 2 legs to a new low. But even when you've had a new low, sometimes you'll have 2 pushes up, and in a bearish market, it will just continue down again at a different, with a different angle. So I bet there were a lot of people that took that trade, and I think the only thing that you would say why it made it a little bit sticky is because there's 3 bars side by side. Apart from that, I think a lot of people are taking that trade. And you tend to think if a lot of people go short, that pushes the market down, you know what I mean? But it's hard to say, isn't it, at the moment? We can ask these questions all day long, can't we? But if we get a new low, then that channel is valid then, isn't it? Then we'll have had a break. 2 pushes up, you'd say, and then come down. Breaks aren't always like this. I think because we had the overshoot both sides, that caused it maybe a bigger correction before we had some more downwards momentum. So whether we'll continue down or not, we'll see if we make a new low. But I think it's likely to say we're going to make this second leg. You got your payout yesterday, good on you, mate. Well done. And it went into my bank quick. I forgot to tell you, the exchange rate of Canadian dollar is pretty nice. Yeah, it is with the pound and the US dollar at the moment. I think you get 120, $1.2 to the pound. I remember when you got $2 to the pound. So if you're earning dollars, it's certainly better for me at the moment. So I think $2,000 will equate to somewhere in the region of £1,650 for me, which is nice. I've certainly hit more than my days now. Ideally wanted to hit $7,000 before I took the 2. But as long as I can stay positively green for the next few days before I put an order in, I still will put an order in. We'll see. I've spent astonishing sums of money on platforms and systems so far. Price action trading, I've spent £1,000 an intraday rate. Pat's manufacturing, yeah, it is good, isn't it? Mike Douglas's book. Yeah, a few people have mentioned that, Randy Howell. I think Mac's system is probably the best value for money I've ever known, to be honest with you. I paid, I think it was $100 for his manual, and it's $120 for a year membership, but he reduced it by $20, so it cost me $220 for the year for his manual and to be part of his website, and I think that's probably the best value for money that you'll ever find, I think. Coming up in January, as always, I'm confident. Yeah. See, I'm assuming he's a lot about the psychological side of it. I've tried so many things about the psychological side and nothing has really worked apart from time. And streaming is helping me big style. But obviously, with all the emotions, like anything you go through in life, that a lot of emotions are involved. It takes time, doesn't it, to get used to them and to be able to manage them. So I think the psychological side of the trading for me is just something that takes time. I think you just need to keep trying, and eventually, I don't think those emotions capture you as much and grab hold of you as much. Emily, how much do we pay account. How much do we pay to pay account once you're funded? I think it's $85 if you want to do the monthly, and I believe it's $140 if you want the one-off payment. Now, obviously, the one-off payment is a way better deal, but it took me 8 failures of PA accounts, so for me, I think the $85 is the better option. But I think if you can get one to work, and then you decide to take more on, then maybe take the one-off payment option. It depends what your finances are like. So, yeah, you need to judge that one. You're doing the 25. Most of the things in the green right now. Good for you. We'll take my time and pass it. Good on you. I'm just wondering sometimes, do women find women better at trading than men? I don't know. Men sometimes are a little bit ballsy, aren't they? We're a bit too gung-ho, and we... there is a female trader. I watch a British female trader. I forget her name now. She lives on a barge, I think, in the UK. And she's very matter-of-fact, just takes a trade and that's it, moves on. So sometimes, I think, with all the extra testosterone and that us males have, I wonder if that goes against us sometimes. Right, guys, what do we do if we get a pullback to the EMA? I'm still expecting low. Now that channel, technically, you couldn't say is... let's get rid of it, actually, because it's not really... we've had one push down, a bit of sideways. I wouldn't draw that just yet, that downtrend yet. I just drew that because I was expecting it to come back up here and push down. So are we likely going to come down from here? I think we are. Would I take a trade here? Hard to say. Depends on the setup. I'm just wondering, is there any resistance around here? There is a little bit. Let's move that up there. Yeah. Okay, so would you call that a triple test? It's not a fantastic bar. Is there going to be people taking along there? Possibly. But I'd say we're still probably likely going to come down. Hard to say at the moment. Never been a fan of Gorilla. 50 grand best buy. Absolutely, yeah. $50,000 is the best way out. I do wonder why sometimes people take. I noticed the Panda guy, he just takes the $300,000 ones. The trouble is, you've got to get about 3 times your trailing drawdown. But then you see people with $300,000 just taking a couple of contracts. So I don't quite understand that sometimes. Why do you need the $300,000? I can trade up to 10 contracts on there. If I've got 10 accounts, I can theoretically trade up to 100 contracts. Is any of us really likely going to be trading 100 contracts? I'm not so sure. I think the 50,000 is by far the best value, and I think probably the best one to take. I'm not saying some people who take the 300 do extremely well, but I think the $300 might be something for a later stage. I would tend to see, that could be a spike in a channel, couldn't it? I would tend to let's see where that goes. Could be a spike in a channel, couldn't it? Here. We'll see what happens. But yeah, I would tend to just go for the 50s. I think if you're going to get in, then I think the 50s are by far the best value. Yeah, it does seem to be struggling to get past here, doesn't it? So if I'd have held out there when it started to go like that, I'd have probably got out. So if I wouldn't have had a bad day yesterday, I'd have probably come out somewhere around about, I would say, somewhere around about the 6 points, I think. But it's all good. Let's put this down there a bit. Okay, would you call that a spike and channel? Possibly. See what happens here. You still have to build a buffer, yeah. You're going to be earning much quicker on a $50,000 account. And I can trade 10 con. I mean, if you think about it, yesterday, let's take this away. Yesterday, I'd done the equivalent of $500 a day. So you say that over 20 days, that's $10,000 a day. I wish $10,000 a month. So if you've got 10 accounts, that's theoretically over that month you've made $100,000. Now you take $2,000 out of each of those, you've made $20,000. You're going to make $20,000 a month for the next 3 months, and then you're going to make a fortune. So I don't quite understand why people do $10 and $20, $300,000 accounts. Maybe if they've got plenty of money and they've got a proven track record, then I'd say that's more probably worthwhile. Trade copying multiple 50s, yeah. Once I can get this to pay, I think when I get to maybe the third payment and I'm realising, okay, I've had 3 consistent months, then I think I'll probably pick up maybe 4 or 5 and then build those up slowly. But before I invest any more money back into it, I want to try and get some of the money I've put into it. Yeah, it's very choppy, isn't it? I want to get some of the money that I've invested back into it back first and get a bit of a track record. 1 year and 6 months of trading. I journal all my trading. Yeah, a lot of people swear by that, don't they? I not so much journal, but I do. I do save all my. There's all my charts there, or most of them. Whenever I trade, I do save all my charts, daily charts. I take screenshots of them so I can look back. And what I usually do is either late that night I'll look back on my trades with hindsight and see what I did right, what I did wrong, and try and learn from them. So that's my form of journaling. I'm more sort of as opposed to the theory side, I'm more sort of practical. I like to look and touch type of a thing rather than to write things down. My mind sort of does the processing. Okay, it is very choppy, isn't it? If you say this is valid, we've had a couple of pushes out with a little bit of choppiness. Push down, another push down. Bounced off this target again. See that, I think, thinking about it now, would have probably been a good trade. We've bounced off this, so certainly more than a triple test, isn't it? And it is a beautiful big bullish bar, and look what happened. So the only thing is at the moment, because we've had this push down followed by this push down, I wasn't convinced that it was going to come up and then make that leg, because I am still thinking bearish at the moment. So I think I was talking when that happened anyway, but I record every trading day. Yeah. So I can watch everything. Yeah. It's definitely a good learning tool, that's for sure, yeah. I haven't tried it bits yet. I grabbed 280% light on account, so I'm going to grab 90% now on Tuesday and try and knock that. Yeah, I think you've got about, does it finish in about, if you do take an evaluation, I'd appreciate it. If you take that, it doesn't cost you anything. I get a little kickback of it off that code, but that's the only reason I put it there. It doesn't cost you anything extra, but if you do take, I think we got 6 days left on the 90% off. Well, I got to say, now we're getting 80 and 90% off. I don't think I can bring myself to pay 50% off price anymore. And to be fair, I don't think they'll get a massive amount of business of people paying 50% off anymore, because people know that they get these 80%. I certainly don't think I'd take anything less than 80% anymore. So Darren might have cut his nose off to spite his face there, but we'll see. But it is definitely a bit choppy, isn't it? Just bear me 2 minutes. I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break. Okay. Right, yeah, it's very choppy today, isn't it? Just this and this and this. It's not so much clear, is it? Yeah, this is where I want to be careful now and not do something silly. I'm sort of at least back to zero-ish. Just focusing on waiting for a good setup and trying to get a green day. Get my head back in the game. Anyone that experience with Top Step? Never tried them. Struggling to keep a customer base. Rules and everything. Yeah, and that's the trouble with Apex. Their rules are so... well, I don't think there are any rules really, are they? I don't think there's nothing with Apex that could accidentally catch you out, is there? You can't accidentally trade too many contracts. If you do trade more than 10, it just doesn't allow them. You can trade through news. Even if you accidentally left a trade open when the market closes at night, it automatically auto-liquidates it, so you can't get out by that. The only real way you can get caught out by Apex is just to let your trailing drawdown catch you. Apart from that, they've got no rules, so I really don't know how a lot of these companies are ever going to compete. But I suppose the fact is that there are many companies out there, and that makes it good for us, the consumer. We get better and better deals. Top pick. Yeah. You just can't beat Apex. You can't. Especially now you can pass your valuation 7 days. You can get a beat because you used to have to trade for 25 days to get a payout. And obviously, if you're working full time and you haven't got a lot to trade, you could be waiting 3 months for a payout. So it does seem a long way off that, but they've changed it to 10 days, so that just makes you feel so much better. You know, I'm on, is this about day 11 for me? Is this day 11 or day 12? I think this is day 12 for me, so I've hit my thing. Ideally, my sort of target, if I had, was to get to $57,000 or $7,000 before I take a payment, but I've got probably another 3, not including today, another 3 days left before I put an order in, and then obviously a few days after that before it comes out of my account, and I'm sort of $1,300 away from it, so I'm probably still going to go ahead and take a payment. But you just can't beat Apex. No one can touch Apex at the moment. Yeah, it's very choppy. There's nothing clear, is there? I think if I'd have run that down when it started to hit these bottoms, maybe somewhere around there, I'd have probably got out, I think. That push up, push down, I'd have jumped in there, I think. But it is choppy. We've had that short-term trend up. And a break. 2 legs up to a new high. Trouble is, the way it's going sideways at the moment, we're going short, we're going long. EMA's facing upwards, looks like it's going up. So I think we've had this big push down. I think we're ranging at the moment. That's relatively clear, I think, at the moment. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this down a minute because I want to see where, let's get rid of this. I want to see where that midline is. And I can't see on there, so let's bring that down to about there, I think. And let's bring that up to there. I want to see where the range is working on that midline, because if you look there, and there, it's clearly playing a part. So if we eventually push down, then this sort of is sort of played out, really, isn't it? It is weird, isn't it? It's a weird old pattern, isn't it, that? Does make you wonder what causes that. You think most traders know what's going on. If they see a nice big bearish buy, you think the market's just going to come tanking down. Trouble is, so many different traders trade in so many different styles, so many different time frames. Somebody coming out here when you think it's going to, continue down, and you're thinking, well, why isn't everyone? Because everyone's not trading the same time frame. There's so many different systems out there. People could come, on bigger time frames, could be coming to the end of a trade when we're just thinking, can't break through the midline now. It's struggling, isn't it? Midline's definitely played a part. The way this is sort of clearly see here, can't you? Here. Let's zoom in a little bit. Yeah, it has gone up and hit this, so maybe as if we can get a push through here and a setup. So we've had that short-term trend and we've had a break. Call that 2 pushes up to a new high. Bounced off this mid-range. We've pushed back. We try to go once. Let's see if we can... to be careful what we do. I want it to go through this comfortably. Because the EMA is still pointing up at the moment, although it's... see, because that could be a second entry long, so I dare say there's possibly going to be some longs in that if it does. I just think it's just a bit risky taking a long at the moment because things do seem to be sort of coming down. If it triggers above this and then comes down, then we may come down, and that is a second entry long if it triggers. Excuse me a second. Sorry. Yeah, it is sort of coming down, isn't it? I'm just wondering if at some point, will this look like a... if you look at that, it may end up forming a downtrend at some point. We may come down and come up, but I'm still thinking down. I won't leave that there just in case, but it does. I am getting the impression we're coming down, so I'm just going to get an order ready just in case we do get a setup. But we've had this short-term trend channel, we've had a break, a couple of legs up to a new high. Tell I go once. Okay, that's okay. I'd rather push down and then give us an opportunity. See what happens here. See if this ends up nice and bearish. Because it has struggled to get above that. And it's rejected it a few times, hasn't it? Let's see where this ends. Yeah, it does like to me it's coming down. It does. If I just looked on the 10,000 tick chart. And if I can get an opportunity, then maybe it's worth riding down somewhere down here. Let's see what happens. Might have other ideas yet. Okay, let's get ready. See if we get this failure. Comes down quick, it might kick me out actually. Might be time to start using the odd limit order, I think. Let's see what happens. I want it to be bearish though, I don't want it to just sit on that line because the EMA is a bit flat. I want it to come down here. No. No, that's no good, I don't think. Yeah, market's still a bit unclear, isn't it? Let's get rid of that for a minute. Okay. Yeah, I thought last we'd had that push out, that break. See, if I quickly look on the 10,000 tick chart, we've had this big strong push down, couple of legs up, break, new high. We do seem like we're starting to sort of work our way down after this initial push down. Maybe we'll get 2 legs up and another try, I don't know. It's just a bit choppy at the moment and a little bit hard to judge, so I'm not going to take any stupid trades. See if this comes down. It is tried, but it's struggling to get up. See if this can come down here below here, then I think that will give me some interest. I'll just rock it off without us. I just can't jump in though until it finishes, as tempting as it is. In fact, I might just get a limit order there, because it might go quick if it does go. Let's see. No, I don't like the way that's finished above there. 3 side by side, it's held in the EMA's flat. And it's proven it's going to be a bit choppy, so I think it's risky. I think it's quite likely it might work, but it's just a bit too risky at the moment. And my last few trades have been a bit questionable, so it might be time to just sum my hands a bit here. Excuse me a sec. Sorry about that. Very choppy. It is sometimes worth just sitting and watching, but sometimes it'll chop for a bit and then it'll start off back in somewhere a bit easier. It doesn't always chop for the rest of the day, but if I look at that, like this push down a little bit sideways, I'm thinking pushing down. That's just my thoughts at the moment. It does seem like these tops are getting lower and lower, I think. May turn into something like that. That doesn't look too bad, actually. May turn into something like that, which a lot of the time it does. You get a push and then a push. So let's just put that there and then see if we possibly get something like that throughout the day. I think that's viable. So we've had this touch, we've had another touch. So we seem to be sort of working along that top. So let's see what happens. What do you think, Brad? Does that look alright, or is that a bit too early to say? It's probably a bit too early to say, isn't it? Just putting it out of interest because I think we've had these pushes up and then I think we may be working down in a fashion, but see what happens, see if this line holds. I do like that. You can know. Okay, trade of 8 you're talking about. Can't get trade event in the UK, I don't think. Oh, no, I think you can. What's the other one? Think or Swim, is that what it's called? You can't get that in the UK. It is too, as you say, yeah. I thought put it out there of interest just to see where it possibly could go. See if it holds this line, but... If Trent... Oh, excuse me a second, I've just got a quick incoming call. Sorry about that. Oh, dear me. Tends to slow down around lunchtime of the day. Yeah, it does. Easy to get suckered into these. Kind of think it was a little spike in Charlie Min here somewhere, yeah. I did draw that a bit earlier. And let's see what happens. It seems to be holding here. Let's see what happens now. Yeah, so we've had that push out there, which has triggered that, which is a failed second entry. It's triggered that, but because of this chop, that's what, with this, that's what led me to leave that. So I wouldn't be shocked if that now pushes up above here. Which it looks like we might. That's why I decided to leave that. I don't like where it finished. I don't like the fact that you got 3 bars back to back. And I think if anybody took that failure, they're going to get stopped out. Yeah, that's probably why I had a little bit of a push there. Because there's probably going to be some shorts there and probably there a bit, but certainly there. That's why I think we had that little bit of a push out. So let's get rid of this for now. Okay. Still plenty of chop out there. Let's have a look at the overall day again. Yeah, it's very choppy, isn't it? It's not sitting nice, is it? See, that's a push up. You could have a couple of legs up there, see? It's pushed above this midline now, so maybe we could be working. So if you think about this, look, we've got this range here now, yeah? Touched here, touched here, touched here, touched here. Really nice. Touched here, touched here. If we can get up here, that might be a place where I consider thinking about going short. But this range now is fitting nice, isn't it? Fitted nice there, fitted nice there. So when I looked at that, in fact, I was talking when that happened, but you could call that a triple test. Beautiful big bearish bar, and look what happened. Shut off. 2 minutes till the hourly candle. You took that long, but the bias was still down. Yeah, it's just hard to... I think you can. It's either going to go up or it's going to go down when it's a bit like this, isn't it? But this range is definitely... So I'll tell you what we'll do for now. Let's change that to that. Okay, let's leave like that, like that. Let's get rid of some of these. I did push down, didn't it? Yeah, we've sort of been in a range. Failed breakout there. Push back in. Let's just remove these for now. We can always put this in later if we get a push down out the bottom. Clear up a bit. Went long. I'm thinking I'm done. Happy New Year. Yeah, take it easy, Jack. Happy New Year, brother. Have a great New Year. Don't get too drunk. Behave yourself. Don't get arrested. Long 38.43. So about here. So where did you go? Long here somewhere, did you? Just can't see a decent setup here for me. You wouldn't have gone long there, would you? Because it triggered and stopped you out, didn't it? Wasn't it? Yeah, triggered and stopped you out. So where would you have gone long there? I don't know. You might have had a different bar here. But it's certainly fitting this range a bit, isn't it? If you forget about this bit. Touch, 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 touch. Yeah, it's a messy, rangy start, I think, isn't it? Happy New Year, love from a Virat. Is that your name, or you're a Virat Kohli fan? India. I know you Indians love your cricket. I love my cricket. You went long there, Ted? Oh, you did. Yeah, just a bit risky for me at the moment. It's just hard to say what's going on. One minute you think it's coming down, then it goes up. Little trap shorts there. Right, you went above here, did you? I'm assuming. So fell. Yeah, okay. So when that, I'm guessing you went above there when it's you took the trap. So when that triggered, you went above there. Okay. Yeah, you said about 43, didn't you? Yeah. Yeah, sometimes I'll do traps. Just at the moment, it's just a bit unpredictable. So obviously, I'm sort of $7 down, so I'm as good as back to zero. But after today, and I had a good start, and then that one went a bit pear-shaped. Although the trade was probably all right, but I'm just trying to be a bit extra careful because it is choppy and getting a bit harder to read. Although I'd say we're certainly ranging at the moment. That's certainly fact. Up, down, up, down, up, down. So, what's your trading experience? Mine? It's a good question, that is. Can you share a little with us? My trading experience? Oh, I've only been trading for... I see what you mean. I've just been trading for 2 years. Started 6 months. I did a course with Andrew Lockwood on currency and did that for 6 months. And I've been doing Max System now for a year and a half. So just 2 years. But I'm starting to have some success now. Well, I say success. I'm starting to actually build an account, and then hopefully money to come in the not so distant future. But it's been a tough journey, I've got to say, a real emotional journey. I've had days where I felt physically sick, physically depressed. I did hear a trader talking about learning to trade was some of the most miserable time of his life. It really does feel like that sometimes, where you have bad days and you lose money and you just do an evaluation, you lose it, you do another evaluation, you lose it, you start to feel physically sick, you get angry. In my case, you punch one of your monitors. I punched one of the monitors, ripped it off the stand. My wife said, "Hey, it's okay, it's not cracked." So I gave it a few more punches, threw it out the window. It's stuck in the car down the front. So I've got a love-hate relationship with trading, that's for certain. But now I've started streaming, so it's helping me. That's the main reason I started streaming, is to give me some accountability. So if you've got people watching, you're less likely to do something stupid, and it's worked. So far it's worked. It's been nearly 4 weeks now, I think a day off 4 weeks. I had my first red day yesterday, which had to happen at some point. Yeah, it's just been a roller coaster of emotions, I've got to say. Yeah. Did I consider suicide? I don't think I was far away. I sort of understand why. I heard about a trader once, I think it was in America, lost a ton of money and threw himself out of a window. And I sort of thought to myself, yeah, I can see why you might have done that. Yeah, but I've sort of had a love-hate relationship watching. It's been a tough ride, but the way I see it, trading ain't easy. If it was easy, everyone would be doing it, and that's kind of why I like it, because I like to try and do something that not everyone can do. But yeah, it's definitely an emotional roller coaster, as the majority of you will know. I was cracking up when you threw it out the window, yeah. Because I trade in the bedroom. We got quite a biggish bedroom, luckily, in this house. And I have a little alcove in the corner. And we have a window there. And I lost, I don't know, maybe my 6th or 8th P account. And I just lashed out at my screen, ripped it off the stand. The wife was on the bed behind me. And I went, "It's knackered." She went, "Let me have a look." It's not cracked. So I gave it about another 3 or 4 odd punches until it almost bent in half. Then I opened the window, threw it out the window, slammed the window. So we all have our tough days, and that was one of them. But one thing, you learn a lot about yourself when you learn to trade, and one thing I learned about myself is I'm quite resilient. I can take lots of knocks. As you can see by my my account failures, I can take lots of knocks, and then I seem to have 2 or 3 days I can process it, and I seem to come back with masses of enthusiasm for some odd reason. I don't know where I get it from, but fortunately, I'm one of those types that can take quite a bit of rejection and not let it get to me too much. And I think you need to be quite resilient, because I think trading can destroy you mentally sometimes. I have heard, of people that have lost tens of thousands doing this, and I can understand why people get that down and miserable about it and stuff. It is a journey, Jamie. I can't tell you how much. I've heard people say, "Oh, it was a real journey. It was a real journey," through parts of their life, and I never truly understood the word journey until I started to trade, and it's full of ups and downs. I've gone downstairs and I filled up half a glass of whiskey and just sat there with my head down, shaking my head, put my hand on my forehead, thinking, "What am I doing? What have I done? Is this ever going to work? Have I thrown all this money away?" It's horrible sometimes, and it makes you feel so low. And then when you got to get up and go to work with all that on you, and it can be really tough at times. But one thing I've learned is and I've been told this 1,000 times, you just have to sit patiently until you see a good setup, and then take it. Take the trade, and then move on to the next trade. So in theory, it sounds very simple, but in practice, it's the psychological side that can cripple you. I've been trading, and it's almost like someone takes over. It's just weird. And all of a sudden, you're blown an account. You sit back after 5 minutes thinking, "What the hell happened?" It's almost like someone took over, and you're shaking your head thinking, "I can't believe I did it again." Wake up the following day, loads of enthusiasm. Take another evaluation, it happens again, and it continues to happen and happen and happen, and I just don't get it. I don't. Okay, so you could say this is uptrend. Possibly, is it going to go up? It's hard to say at the moment. It's just too choppy for me at the moment. Sort of looks like a bit of an uptrend, but it is in this range at the moment, so I want to be careful getting into trades around that midline. Revenge, oh crikey, yeah, revenge trading. Trading on tilt, it is revenge trading. It's I want my money back and I want it back now. You know, I've been to this stage where I've seen the market go, let's say for instance this come, and I've seen it going in, I've just clicked sell, sell, sell. And I let it, if I'm taking 2 contracts, I let it 5 times so it goes to 10 contracts, and I'll try and scrappily get a couple of ticks. And I would say maybe once or twice in 10 times it'll work and you'll let your 3,000. But you've got it the wrong way. So I think there's so many, you know, I've gone to bed so many nights listening to hypnosis sounds on me iPhone, and just I've spent so much time searching YouTube and listening to all these weird sounds that are supposed to stimulate it, and you know, but nothing seemed to work with me. And I seem to come to the conclusion that if I look at other parts of my life where I've had emotions, strong emotions, the only thing really that's cause them to sort of simmer down and go away is just time. So, you know, there's a lot of people suggest do this and that, but I honestly think it's no more complicated than it just takes time. But not everyone has got the sort of mental stability and drive and passion to keep going. Because it can murder you, it really can. It feels like it's crippling you sometimes. I've felt times where I feel like I can't breathe, and I'm just thinking, you know, I'm thinking, when is enough? Am I going to continue to do this for the next year or 2 years or 5 years, and am I going to continue just throwing more money away? So it's hard to know whether you should stop or whether you should. It's just hard, I don't know. But fortunately, as I say, luckily I'm one of these people that can take bad losses, and after a few days, I seem to come back buzzing for it again. I do wonder whether it's just pure addiction, but who knows? Which apex size am I trading? Just a $50,000. It's by far the best value, by far the quickest and easiest to pass, and you can make plenty of money on that one. And then once you start making money, then you can get a few more, I think. But if you're failing them at the moment, personally, I just stick to one, because if you're copying a bad trade and a revenging day, you're just copying it onto multiple accounts, which is why I've never taken more than one, because it would have made my losses a lot greater. Max says it took him 8 years or so to stop sabotaging his accounts. Smooth sailing since. Yeah. It's funny you should say that. You do have a lot of self-sabotaging days. If I'd had an argument at home, sometimes I'd come in here and take a stupid trade. It's almost like frustration, punish me. Let's see what you've made me do, and if I lose account, that's your fault. You know what I mean? You can self-sabotage yourself. But ultimately, it comes down to the simple formula. Pick up some skills so you can spot trades, sit there patiently. When you see one, take it, commit, and move on. It's very simple when you put it like that, but doing it, and it is simple in a way. If we were like robots, it'd be simple. If you take emotions out the equation, it's just a form of numbers, isn't it? It's just, you know. Techno, have you gone, have you? Yeah, Techno, have a great new year. We'll see you Tuesday. Have a good one, mate. Have a good one. Eventually it's best. Yeah, there's good trades to take. Yeah. Took all the week. Yeah, it can be tough at times, but I'd say the majority of you have been exactly where I am. But fortunately for me, I've made a good positive start over the last sort of 3, coming up 4 weeks, and I've built the account nice. I've got myself a nice buffer, so that takes the pressure off a bit. And I'm sort of, I think I'm in a good place at the moment. And I think as long as I continue to take good trades, I think then my equity curve will slowly start to rise. So on my confidence, self-belief. You know, if I've been taking out money every month for the next 6 months, you can't do that accidentally. that proves you're doing something right. So I think when I get to that level, I'll start to relax and think, okay, this is my career now. This is what I do day by day. But I think I'd like to see maybe 6 months first of or at least 3 months of nice monthly payments and continue to build that account. And then I'll think I've actually succeeded to a degree. But yeah, I'm just trying to just play it day by day, take my time. I knew I was going to have a red day at some point, but I've had it. Unfortunately, had a win and a loss today, sent me in the red a bit, but at least I'm more or less back to zero, so I'm feeling okay at the moment. So all good, I think. It's to stop doing it. Easier said than done, yeah. I'll tell you what did help me is a break. Having a couple of weeks off. Because to be honest with you, I did 6 months with currency in 6 months, 18 months with this, and I did not take a day off. I didn't take a day off. When I was working sort of full-time Monday to Friday, I'd come home and I'd trade for 3 hours, 5 days a week. During a bit of lockdown, I trade. We came into a little bit of money from a family member, and I took about 3 months off and traded full-time. So, I've spent a lot of time doing it, and I hadn't taken any time off. I'd gone for at least a year and a half without taking a single day off trading, apart from when we had sort of holidays, and I just thought it was time to have a break. I was all knotted up inside, and I took 2 weeks off, and it made a big difference to me. You see what's happening here? It's a second entry long there. Second, it is a little bit sideways, but I think if that finishes right, I'd say that touch there is definitely, I think that's worth running to the tops if it finishes right. I don't know if it's going to give us a chance, is it? See how it finishes. I might try and get in that on a limit order. There's not much room to the highs. See if we can get a limit order. See if it'll come back a bit now. I think it's just going to... Yeah, that's a bit risky, that is. Look, it hasn't given us a chance, has it? No. Time to leave that one alone. I love the bar. How high is it going to push up here? Here. Took a week off work. Yeah. What's my age? I am 53. So take a good setup, good context, stick to it, win or lose. That's it. That's all you can do, isn't it? That's all you can do. That's all you'll ever be able to do, yeah. You're right, Kirk. No magic find now, there isn't. It's just a matter of sitting here patiently, isn't it? Taking it. Just excuse me for a couple of minutes. I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break. Okay. Definitely going choppy again, isn't it? Yeah, it's definitely a tough day today. That's a messy day, isn't it? Oh, dear me. Yeah, we have. Oh my Christ. Bear me a second. Sorry about that. My dog, and he was scratching. Now he started barking, so he's out. Yeah, there's getting some congestion around this midline, isn't there? Same here. Yeah, in fact, I'd say it's probably a tougher day to trade than it was yesterday, actually. Especially all this bouncing all over the place. Not a fan of these days, I've got to say. So, just concentrate trying to get a nice green day today, and that'll do me then for the weekend. Yeah, it'd be nice to get green just going into the weekend. Yeah, I think it's probably going to push up here, I'd say. It's staggered sideways, isn't it? We've had this big bullish bar, and usually when this happens, but you can't trade that, can you? There's no highs to get up to. Although I do think it's probably going to work its way up here, but it's just too risky, that is. What's my ATM settings? This is just how I have them. I set that on about 4 points. I try to have a minimum 1-to-1, which is around 3.5, 4 points, and I set my stop loss there. But that's just giving me plenty of room so the trade doesn't jump backwards or forwards quickly, and then I adjust that accordingly based on the signal bar. But I just tend to set that at 3.5, sometimes 3.5, sometimes 4 points. I know it's a top pick trader guy. The American one tries to take 4 points, which is around it's around 1-to-1 thereabouts. The ATR is quite low today, so tick above, tick below, that'll be just over 3 points on average. But I tend to like the number about 3.5 points. I do. Okay, so it looks like we're pushing up the second bit now. I did look at that. They tend to go there, but that's such a big bar, isn't it? What is it? 4.25. Yeah, that's 4 3/4 with a tick above, tick below. So, and just the way it's congested around here, it's just risky going along there, I think. So we've had this new low here, haven't we? Trying to go once or twice. It's just not very clear at the moment, isn't it? It's just risky, isn't it? It's definitely a tougher day than yesterday. Yesterday was a bit more clear, although I had a few hiccups because the initial steep trend just started to feather off and it was going a bit sideways with an upward bias. And I got suckered into a couple of risky trades there, which sent me on a little bit of and my first red day. And then typically the day after, we get quite a choppy, hard to trade day. We'll see. Well, 3 for the day, a few stupid. Yeah, we all do it, mate, don't we? You're thinking bearish buyer, bias range. Yeah, it certainly seems that way, doesn't it? I suppose it's see how high this goes up, but we've had this push down, push into it, so we may eventually pop out the bottom at some point, but it's just hard to say at the moment, isn't it? When it's like this, it's a bit unpredictable. If we can get up to the top here and I can find something nice and bearish, then I think I'd take that back in. But like Max says, he loves trading range days. Just sell at the top, buy at the bottom. So we've gone up here, touch, gone up here, touch. If we can get up to the top, break through a bit, it's a nice bearish bar. I'm pretty sure Mac would probably trade that. So it's certainly respecting that line, isn't it? And I think the bias is slightly downwards. So I'm still expecting down. So if we do get a short up there, just for the fact that I'm expecting down, it's at the top of the range. It's respected it 3 times at least. So I think I'll be inclined to take a short there. As much as I want to be careful, I've still got to pull the trigger. I made it out for the day before I get into some funny decisions. Have a great year. You too, Valentino. Have a great year. If anybody does disappear and I haven't noticed, have a great new year. I'm back here on Tuesday after today. It's possible Monday. I don't know. It depends what happens with the work. I'm not sure because I took today off ill. Whether they won't book me in Monday. Sometimes they'll think, well, if he's off ill today, he might be off Monday. So I'll have to find out on that. But if I'm not going to work Monday, I will put I'll put a scheduled stream on. And if you're not subscribed to the channel, I believe if you subscribe, you get a notification if I put a scheduled stream up, because at the moment I just go onto the Facebook group, excuse me, and put a copied sort of link to the stream there. So if you want notifications, which I believe it does, I'm still quite new to YouTube, then just subscribe and I think you get a notification. Also, if you are taking an evaluation, I have a code over here. I get a small kickback. Doesn't cost you anything extra, so but I think they've got them on for the next 6 days. But you don't have to use that code. Use any ones you like, but 90% off's a good deal at the moment. So if you are in the market for one, I'd get one before it runs out. I think it goes on for about another 6 days, I think it is. I think the market's closed Monday. Okay, yeah. Tuesday then, definitely. It's right. I think because Sunday is New Year's Eve. I know in the UK, if New Year's Eve falls on a Sunday, if New Year's Day falls on a Sunday, we get a bank holiday on the Monday. But obviously, this is US based. The ES is US based, so I don't know whether your system's the same. I'm assuming they would be. I don't know, but I'll look into that. Market is closed Monday, yeah, opens normal, yeah. So it'll be Tuesday for sure then. I think I'll be crying me whiskey anyway on Monday. It's definitely choppy, isn't it? Slowing down, choppy. It would be nice to just get some green, although that's not terrible. I'd rather have a day like that, but 2 red days in a row, although I'm not too fussed about that, but let's enlarge this a bit, find out what's going on. Okay, so let's bring this down a bit, because that definitely looks to me like it's a channel. Touch. Looks like it's going to touch here. It's clearly working that side. A little bit of sideways, but so we've had this new low. Try to go once, try to go twice. See if we can get down here, see what happens. I just don't like the way that's only gone up a bit and pulled straight down. So I like to think it's coming up there, but it's hard to say. Hard to say. I certainly won't take anything like that. It's going to have to be nice and tight down here to get me interested in that. Because what I do not want to do now is take a crap trade and end up even further down. So I'm going to have to take a good clear setup, really. Yeah, I usually have a printout from the CME group at the beginning of the year, which I laminate, and it gives me all the, because obviously a lot of your holidays are different to ours over here in the UK, so I tend to have that near my desk so I can have a little glance if I need to. See if we can get this down here somewhere. It's the midday doldrums at the moment, yeah. It's just a little lunchtime in the US. What is it? About 12:30 over there, isn't it? I think New York time, 12:30. Lunch, yeah. No, the plan wasn't to stream. But I've been feeling ill the last few days. And I had a bit of a bad night. Actually, I lost my mum last night, sort of late last night. 11:15ish, so I didn't get home till late, and I didn't have a great night's sleep, and I felt a bit crappy this morning. So I thought, rather than not earn anything today, I'll get in on the stream and see if I can get my head straight after yesterday's bad session. So the only success on Forex. I never actually traded any money on there. I just went through the learning side of it. Thanks, Wood. I just went through the learning side of it, really. I only did 6 months. But it was a good stepping stone, actually. It got me into trading this, really. So, but it's just constant charts everywhere. Do you know what I mean? Did you really? Yeah, my mum was cancer as well. It was over the last sort of 6 months, I think, slowly. It's not nice, is it, to see your mum take her last breath? But I was there with my sister and my brother, and we had loads of family around her, so it was sort of a privilege to be there with her when she passed on to the next place or wherever she goes. So I was glad I was there. But yeah, it was quite a late night. I didn't get to bed till 1. Woke up at about 4 o'clock and was up till about 7 or 8. I knew it was coming, but it just doesn't quite prepare. It's just a bit of a weird, odd feeling. But she's not in any pain. She knew what was happening. My mum was a nurse for years, and she looked after old people for years. She spent all her years looking after old people. So, all I ever heard from her is, "Don't worry about me, I'll be fine." So, they're like parents, but she's moved on to... I just wanted to be here to see me being successful at this, really. So that's the one of the sad things. I wanted to, have some money so I could take her out and treat her properly, but it wasn't to be. Forex market is scary. It can move fast, yeah. Things with the Forex market as well is because you're finding trends... You're constantly looking at different currency pairs and time frames, so you can have charts. I used to use a platform called MT4, MetaTrader 4, and I used to have like 6 screens on here with all the majors, so many screens with the minors, lots of different currency pairs and all sorts. Jonathan, yeah, you always worked in a nursing home. Yeah. Mum worked in nursing homes for years, and she was just one of the type of people that just cared for people. Been it, seen it, done it. always really strong, level-headed, nothing ever fazed her. She talked to me about what was happening. She's perfectly fine with it. She accepted it. She felt quite relaxed about it all. Excuse me a second, I'm just going to have a cough. So she was all, and everything all sorted, all planned, everything all paid for. But that's part of the reason why I didn't go, and I didn't have a good night's sleep, and I felt crappy anyway. So I thought, get back on the charts. This is a bit more, I wouldn't say relaxing, but a little bit less physical that way. Nice bounce off that trend. Yeah, it's clearly sort of moving up, isn't it? The trouble is, lovely bar, but bloody huge, and you just don't know, do you? Might come up and bounce down a few more times. Although I am expecting it to continue to move up, maybe up here. There's just no real setups, is there? You could take that as a failure, but just way too far, isn't it? Way too risky. It's definitely a slow day, isn't it? Look at that. That's what you call mess, isn't it? I suppose the one saving grace is it's respected it here, here and here, and here and here. So if you sort of cover that bit, it's actually fitted in that range quite nice. And it doesn't always. A lot of times, every time it goes up, it'll hit a different part, which makes it so hard to trade sometime. So I'm hoping we can get up to the top here. If we can get a bit of a strong push and have an overshoot here and maybe come back up here or something and then give us a nice setup. Because after that initial push in, I'm thinking it may go sideways, and then a lot of times it'll push in, go sideways, and then have another push out the bottom. So if I can get a setup up here, I might try and ride it down a little bit, at least to the midline, certainly just to get 3.5 points I'll be happy with at the moment, just to get in the green. Should reach 38.50 up here. Yeah, so this is clearly our range, tops and bottoms at the moment. You made 4 points. You got out at 38.47. Did you take that, did you? 38. I take it you took that. I took some balls to take that, mate. Good on you. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a beautiful signal bar. The thing that put me off is just this bit of sideways and a little bit choppy, but a beautiful bar. And usually when it does set off something like that, that's usually, a good push. But just the way my last sort of day and a half's going at the moment, I'm just trying to be a little bit extra careful. If that finished down here or something, then I'd probably would try and ride it up and get a couple of points. But it's just a bit risky for me, that one. I don't know whether you're doing it on a demo or not, but if you're doing it on a demo, it's a lot less stressful taking those than it is when you got skin in the game. If we're going for 1-for-1, are you taking into consideration the commissions? It's kind of what I did when I was thinking. The good thing about commissions is whether you're scalping 1 point or 50 points, you still pay the same commissions. But what I started doing was I kind of like the 3.5 points, because that's sort of where it sort of worked out right for me. So what I did is I did 14 points, which is the 3.5 points. And then I added an extra tick then just to sort of cover the commissions. So then I earned a nice round $350 per trade. The plan was if I can average 2 nice trades a day, it would give me a nice run. But I noticed, I watched Top Pick Trader, Marco, and the other guy, and I know a lot of his trades he goes for 4 points. So I thought I'll take it up to 4 points and see how we get on. But I tend to judge it as it as it looks. I mean, if I took that short, I'd expect it to come down a bit, so I'd probably just drag my profit line down and try and follow it down and get a minimum of 4 with the hope. See, if I'd have got in there, I'd have followed it down. When we had that, I'd have probably stayed around here. When we had another push, I'd have followed it down, and then maybe when we hit that one, I'd have jumped out around here somewhere. In which case, I'd have probably got about maybe 8 points out of that, something like that. I'd have probably lost my bottom maybe around here somewhere, so I'd have got maybe 6 points. So that's how I tend to do it, really. Be careful in case it breaks up. Yeah. Well, if it does break up, because I think the day, for me, I like a lot of the times when it does push in like that and go sideways, we get a sort of another push out. I'm not saying we're going to, but if it does break out a bit and we get a nice setup back in, I'll take that then as a failed breakout. This range is clearly working, isn't it? We've had couple of touches here, touch here, the bottom, touch. So that range is clearly working nice. So if we can get up there, however we do it, and if I can get a good setup, a good short, I think that wasn't a bad setup, to be honest with you. But it's only the second time that's really hit it, so I probably left that one. Good decision. Not take that second entry long. No, it worked. Next time you'll get burnt. Yeah. Yeah, see if I'd have... which one was it? I can't remember. Was it that long or something? I don't know. Yeah, see. It's way too far away from the EMA, that is. So we've had this. Let's have a look at this now, because we've had this trend channel, which is clearly working. We've had a bit of a break out of it now, so most breakouts fail. I am expecting it to go up. So let's see what happens here. See if there is a possible entry, and let's have a look. But we're clearly having this range, touch. It's working nicely on the top, so that's a clear range for me. We had the initial short-term trend, and then we sort of broke and then up again. So that's definitely a range, a trend channel for me. See if we can get a good signal here. Most breakouts fail. The way that's sitting, this is clearly a breakout. Let's see if we can get a good entry. I like the fact that it's pushed above the midline. If it comes down and bounces on the midline, that might make it. So this went up, bounced off the midline, pushed up, bounced under the midline, pushed down. So, here we go again. Dating apps. How many websites can you chat and date at the same time? I'll have to figure out how to get rid of these. Perhaps I should just subscribe to one. Report, remove. What do I do? Remove? I don't know. Any ideas? Sam, you must have been through this. Remove. There's got to be a way, isn't there? I'll have a look later. In the meantime, maybe see if you can pick up a date, eh? Get a spam. I'll have to look into that. Yeah, I'm quite new to YouTube. I'm new to YouTube, really. I don't know massive amount. I've spent half my life watching it and learning from it, not sort of streaming on it, so... Get a Nightbot. You can time them out. I might have to email you on that, Sam. You might have to talk me through that, bud. Let's see what's going to happen here. See if we can get a good setup here. It's quite a small risk bar so far. Let's see if it finishes nice, which it hasn't. Okay. Same issues I had. Block. Let's remove that a minute. I'll have a look later. I suppose it was inevitable they were going to pop up at some time. My wife might question that later. If you get rid of them, what will I do Saturday night? There you go. All right, Jim, I'll leave them on there for you, mate. Fill your boots, mate. How many of these sites can you chat, trade, and get a date at the same time? Not many. Can also make mods, giving some viewers permission to remove them. Yeah. It's like whack-a-mole. I kind of like the challenge of that. I'll have a look on YouTube how to get rid of them later. I'm yet to find something I couldn't learn off YouTube. Okay, so we've had a break out of this, and we've sort of bounced off this midline. So maybe if we break below it and then push above it, I might take this as a second entry long. I mean, we're clearly moving up in this, and we've had a break. That's our first break, really. I think we can all agree on that. So sometimes I like two pushes break. Sometimes if we break, end up bullish. Sometimes it'll tick above, come down, stop you out, and then turn lovely and bullish. No, I think that's just risky taking that. It's not a second entry. It is a break. Yeah, that's risky. I think I'd rather take I've got to do this right. Hopefully if we ignore them, they might go away. Okay, hopefully we might get a push down below. Let's get rid of this midline at the minute, this range, because this midline's confusing me. Okay, so we're bouncing on this midline. It's clearly playing a part, this midline. I think we've pushed down, come up through it, we've bounced off it, so we've pushed up through it. So let's see what happens. I want this to break below here really before I'm going to attempt to get any interest in that. Trouble is, as much as I was expecting it to push in, it's just what I've got to keep in mind is the ultimate goal is just wait for a good setup. Forget what happened there, although I could count that as we're on zero, so the only difference really, apart from so far since I started, was just yesterday. But that's why don't you scalp for a few points? That's what I usually do, mate. About 3.5 points on average. But I think majority I get a bit more than that on average. But yeah, usually I like. It's funny because Marco's part of this top pick trading. If you notice, the top pick guy, the American guy, tends to go for 4 points most of the time. So I kind of like that he's doing that now. So that makes me feel more positive. If you look at the Penguins guy, he goes minimum 1-1, in some cases 1-2. So what I think is if you get a good setup, it will make it. So I like the fact that it feels right what I'm doing at the moment. YouTube is great. Learn more in the past 6 months. Yeah. It's a clever system, actually, isn't it? I was just looking in all the analytics the other night about all the views and all, what part of the world they're coming from and that. It is quite interesting. It's quite amazing what information it holds. And I was having a good browse through it the other night. Yeah, it is amazing what it tells you. It was showing me all the views from different parts of the world. Yeah, Tom Wade does 10 ticks, doesn't he? He's a good trader, Tom Wade, but who stands out for me is the Penguins guy. And I like the fact he trades 1-1 and the top pick trading guys as well. I'm not sure Marco does 2 points, does he? Does 1-1. I'm not sure. But I know the American guy that he puts his trades on quite often, and he tends to go for 4 points. And I think if you look back at good trades, that I think was a good trade. Even in its first push, it went. Where did that go in its first push? Where's your first push? It didn't climb high, did it? I mean, look where it went before it triggered back up. Look where it went. So the good trades will go. See this one, push breakout. Now, call that a good trade or not? I don't know. I mean, it's because we had the breakout, a new high, and I'm still expecting down, but nice big bearish bar. Look at it go. So if you look back on your charts or anybody else's charts, the good trades do really go and they move. Marco, he goes for 6 ticks, yeah. Yeah. I think more and more will go for more. I think what you got to do is see others test the water first. And the fact that I watched a lot of, and also it's quite easy to see if you go back on over your trades, the good trades that you could look back and say, yeah, that was a good setup, and you look at them, they all go. You know, they really do. They go well. I know when I decided to go for 2 points, I looked back on Daniel's charts for 2 weeks, and I think there was 34 trades, and every single one of them made at least 2 points. So the good trades will move, because usually you'll get this push up, then you might get a sideways, then you'll get a beautiful setup, and that will give it that extra. That's that. There we go. There's your trigger point, and off it'll go again. So the good trades will really move. Let's see what's happening here. Possible second entry. I don't like that one. If it does finish high, it's a bit too far off, although it's bounced triple test up there. I just don't like the fact that there's not much room to the highs. So I think it's going to set up anyway, but that a little bit sideways, isn't it now? A couple of pushes up, bit sideways. Still moving upwards. Sometimes when you get these breaks, they'll go a bit sideways and then they'll slowly move and then they'll have a quick push. But if you look at this midline, it is rejecting price, isn't it? It's supporting it and rejecting it. So if you're above it, unless you push straight through it, of course, but we've pushed up above it, and we've come back and we've retested it quite a few times over there. So what I tend to like to do is when I like it to break the low and then pull back nice and bullish. But at the moment, it's just choppy. It might be one of those days today, so we might end up on zero, but I'm going to try not to take any stupid trades. I think I could live on $7 down after today, because it has been a tough day. And the day's gone quick. We've been here 3.5 hours. I can't believe how quick it's flown. So, or this may be the start of push down, because I'm still thinking bearish. It's hard to say. It may just seem to come down now. It's hard to say. If you draw this, if you get rid of this, you could say we've had a push up and then we've had some upwards movement, maybe a spike. It's just hard to say. It's just so hard to say at the moment. You could say that's a spike in channel. So that fits as well. So it's just so hard to say at the moment. So push it down, see if we get a bullish bar up here, but that could be a spike in channel. In fact, it's probably more likely where it's working. How did you end up yesterday? You left early. I ended the stream, I think I was $550 down, and I just waited a bit longer because I was expecting it to go up and hit a new high. So I saw a second entry long, which was a nice bullish candle. It went up. I took 2 points, but it did eventually make a new high where I was expecting, but it just took such a long time to get there. So I just took 2 points. So I went out around about $350 down, which for a bad day, I don't think it was that bad. If this ends up bullish, I kind of like this, the way it's bouncing off there. Let's get an order ready. especially now it's broken below it. Let's see what happens. Might continue to come down, but if it pushes up strongly, I'll like that. I don't think it will, but I like the way it's broken below that midline. It's respected the midline here, 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 and here, isn't it? We've had a break low. And if it's the spiking channel, we've had a break out the channel. Even if it was how I drew it before, we've had a break out the channel. But because it's so choppy, it's just hard to say. It could come careering down. Yeah, I can't see it pushing up now. We could end up with something like this at the end of the day. Yeah, it's just so hard to judge. Normally, a trend like that, break out, and you're pushing strong back, straight back up. But these chopping days, they're just unpredictable, and they just sort of throw you curveballs sometimes. Yeah, same. Yeah, as far as a losing day, because the day before I had a $1,300 day, the day before that I had a $1,000 day. So I had 2 great days back to back, and you're not always going to get great days, are you? So as far as, yeah, it was just my first actually losing day. I'd had 18 green days, and you tend to think, well, I'm going to continue to do that, but it was inevitable at some time. It was going to happen. We'll see, would you go long here if you got a big bullish bar with that second entry long? Break out of this range. The trouble is, when it's working like this, it's just so risky. What computer setup do I have? I built my own computer actually, because I looked round and I couldn't necessarily get what I wanted. But I have a Ryzen 7, I think it's a 3800X. I bought quite good quality components. I kind of like this as a long here. See how it finishes. I'll address that in a second, but let me just see if I can get back up into this. If it's a small risk, we have broken out of that trend. Taking it too long if it triggers, yeah. Let's see what happens, and if it does, I might get some decent points out of it, so we'll see. Might just rock it up. Which it's probably going to do. As long as it leaves us enough room to get up. Doesn't look like it's going to set up, does it, I think? See, what could happen is it may tick above this, and then that would be a failed second entry long, and it may go down. So it's just hard to judge at the moment. Okay, now it decides to have a quick push. Let's see. I don't think it's going to, is it? No. Okay, excuse me just for 2 minutes. I will address that in a minute about the computer. Let's just see if we can figure out Do we want to get into a longer if this one? It's hard to say, isn't it, really? See, when we had this push up initially off here, we came back a bit before we pushed up, so it's hard to say we're going to come back here first and get up. I don't think I'll be happy taking a short there at the moment. I don't think I'll be happy taking a long there. It's hard to say. Every single trader's second entry or failure. It's just dropped. It's just hard to say at the moment. I think it's risky taking any trade there just at the moment. See that, although that looks like a trend channel, it might not necessarily play like a trend channel. You know, sometimes it just doesn't work out. It may not be drawn right. It might not necessarily be a trend channel. It could just be a push up and then a little bit of messy. Get some more volume in about a minute. Yeah. Oh, what's happening now? People coming back. Yeah, it's just sometimes it you know, when we came down, we had this sort of quite a breakout first, so maybe we'll have to see. This might be the push back up. We'll have to see, but I think it's just risky just jumping into something like that. See if we can get a higher low. Yeah, yeah. Look at that. See, trouble is, see if we had a setup here, it'd be okay, wouldn't it? But yeah, you know, see if we can get a higher low. Just check I haven't got any orders in. I haven't right now. So yeah, I'm still thinking towards the top. Let's get an order ready just in case. Just hope he doesn't move too quick. If this breaks below here and ends up bullish, then I'll take this. I just hope it doesn't go up too quick. Let's see how we get on here. Got a feeling it's going to rocket up, but I'll be wrong. This is a time to use a limit order. Actually, I don't know if I'm going to be quick enough. Let's get a limit order on that just in case. Because if it goes, it might go quickly, and I might not get much of an opportunity. So. And if it does go, now we've got some momentum, we may get a second push. That's assuming it's going to come up. I'm hoping we get another big push like that green candle or something on the lines of that. No, too risky, I think. Well, that might look okay on some candles. On some charts, that might look okay. But it's just risky. See if this forms any better. I don't think it's going to, is it? No. Let's pin that. Okay, market's got other ideas. Let's just get one ready just in case it does push up here. Okay, I don't think that's that bad, actually. I'm expecting another good push up, so let's just put that there. See if I can get something out of this. I'm expecting a new high. We've had a break, push up. That's a lower high. I prefer that a little bit, but I like the way it's pushed right the way down and push back up. So if we can get some points out of this and get some green in the game, I'll be happy. Let's move that up and see if we can follow it up. Oh dear. He's going to give that an extra tick. Not that I think it's going to make any difference. You're long as well here. I thought we had that break, big push up, high or low. Oh dear. Things aren't looking good, are they? If we can end up bullish here, second entry long possible. Just wondering, there's going to be some shorts triggered there, so are we going to get any more? It's hard to say, isn't it? If we can get a good push up here, there may be some shorts trapped there. Whether we are or not, I don't know, but it does seem to be struggling, I gotta say. If this ends up bullish and pushes right up here, then I might get a bit more confidence in this. Okay, so we've had this new low, triangle low on, triangle twice. So this triggers above here, then I think we may get a bit more confidence in it. Because if it triggers above here, that'll be the failure. If it triggers above here, there's likely going to be some shorts trapped there. So then we may get a push and we might, hopefully, not end up red again. I don't think my nerves could stand that. Just needs to trigger that, I think. Go on. Just wondering whether to take it down to the new low. I don't know if it's going to make a difference, is it? It's come down to that. It's matched that now, but it hasn't triggered below. No, I'm going to give it, let's leave it there. Sometimes it did that yesterday. It came down and it went, and I got out of it and panicked, and it did end up eventually going up. So I'm just going to give it to that previous swing low, see what happens. it's clearly an uptrend, and we have had a break of it and a lower high which is triggered, and that hasn't stopped yet. So sometimes it can do this sideways nerve grinding stuff for a while before it eventually pushes up. So sometimes these trades are okay, but sometimes they just take time to grind out. So if this triggers, I think that might be a little bit better news. If it breaks above here, I think that's better news, more better news. If but it is, it's making it painful, isn't it? I sort of want to close my eyes, but if we can trigger this one, I think that might, a second entry long, that might give us a little bit more credence, I think. It's just hard to say at the moment. I think if it breaks this, I think it's not good. Which it has. I'm there with you. It's trying, but it has been rejected to a degree, so it's still hard to say really. But if we can get a bit positive here, then we may, it may save us. Well, I went long here, didn't I? And there was a couple of points up here, or I am expecting it to go higher. We've had a clear breakout, and when you make a break, you usually make a new high. So it's just, yeah, it's gone a bit sideways, but it's just, there's not a lot I can do about it now. Just hope. Sometimes when you do have this break, sometimes it can take a bit of time then to move up. Oh dear. It hasn't been a couple of good days, has it? If it can sit above that mid-range, I may feel a little bit more confident. Okay, we'll see. So I could just drop it in and get out of it, but it's a horrible feeling, I gotta say. It's bringing back horrible memories. I'm just hoping the reason I pulled it down to here because we sort of come up with bounce, and I'm hoping maybe a bit of momentum carries us up. Maybe wishful thinking, but I'm in the trade. I'm just going to go with it now. Yeah, it is a spike and channel, isn't it? But it's still a channel, isn't it? And I thought breaks from channels. See, we've had a break, and that's the new low, isn't it? Yeah. How could I go along so close to the top? Well, I didn't think it was that close. After we've had this break, I'm expecting a new high. So I'm expecting a couple of points or so. It's going to take us out, I think. I'm expecting to get up the top here. Because sort of, we've hit it, came down to the bottom 3 times. Yeah, okay. I think it was inevitable that was going to happen. Okay, it is what it is. It's been an awful couple of days, I've got to say. It's rattled me. I think I just should have stayed out of today a little bit. Okay, so it's not the end of the world. It has been a tough day, hasn't it? Yeah, I thought that was an okay trade there. Pushed up. I mean, even if we'd have done this, let's have a look. I did do that initially, didn't I? Yeah, it's hard to say, really, isn't it? This market is doing odd things, yeah. Oh, well. Just move on and enjoy the weekend and the family. It's hard to do when you've had 2 rough days, but I suppose I'm still over $5,000 up, aren't I? So it's not the end of the world. See, that's the trouble. No, there's no point in going on, is there? What I mustn't do is do something stupid. I mean, these are just maybe tough trades in a tough day. Maybe not the best choice. It's just the way we had this break and a strong push up and then a higher low, which was a tick or so off its high. Yeah, I was expecting it to come up here to the top here. Low volume days before others are hard, yeah. I mean, we had 18 great green days in a row and 2 red days in a row, which is we're down about $950, something like that total over the last couple of days. Yeah, it's just tough, isn't it? This trading these sometimes. Perhaps I shouldn't have gone in around the middle. Perhaps I should have waited it to get up here and then brought it back. But it is what it is. What I can't let myself do is slip back into a bad habit. And check 5-minute chart. Time to let it go. You're doing great. Just put it behind you. You're still making great decisions. Yeah, it's been for the most, I think. Yeah, it's just having 2 red days in a row, but it is a tough day today. But getting in here around the middle is not always the best decisions, as I've noticed. Could go lower, yeah. Well, the thoughts we were initially going to were what I initially had. Push down, but it's hard to say, isn't it? Yeah. Time is it? 10 past. Okay, we'll give it another 10 or 15 minutes, I think. Drop into 37. Fridays are pretty tricky. Most manipulation. Wall Street killing the option premium. I believe the reason they failed was they went long into resistance congestion on entry. 3 bars, 1 doji. Yeah. It's just the way it broken out. So what I took, was it? Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit sideways, isn't it? I think eager to get into a green day. I think clouded my judgment a bit there. There's a trend going down, starting at, yeah. Yeah, will I go long? After this strong push down, I think if I can get a good setup off here, it's respected this 4 times, then let's get an order ready just in case. Okay, so it's broken out the bottom of that, hasn't it? Let's see what happens. You're on a 9-point runner. Bloody hell, good on you. I just wasn't expecting that to go short as we've had this push and break. I'm still expecting it to come up to the top. Surely when it has a big push down like that, it's got to pull back. Okay, we're coming down to this area, aren't we? So look. Would you then extend the trend down to here? So look, maybe. Let's see if we can get an entry here. Because after that big push down, I'd expected it to pull back to a degree. Okay, so it's broken that low, isn't it? Let's have a look. Yeah, it has. .13 runner. Good grief, good on you. So I'd say that's a fell break out of a range for sure. Let's see where this finishes. No. When did you run a 16-point runner? Good on you, mate. Fair dues. I'd love a piece of that. I was just expecting it to go. I don't know why I was expecting it to go higher. We had this and a break. Don't go long. Yeah, I think I'm probably best staying out here. I don't know whether emotions are going to get involved too much here. Yeah, it is, isn't it? I wonder if this is this sort of initial push down which I was expecting again. So what did I do wrong there? Why did I expect that to go higher than up here? Was I wrong to do that? Yeah, I can't get in a revenge trade, can I? See, this was up. Break, expected a new high, expected it to get up here. Second entry short, and down it went. Wait for a clear pullback, yeah. Trouble is when it's very strong like that, it often comes back quickly before it goes further down, doesn't it? See, I had something like that drawn, didn't I? May end up being something like that. So how far does that go up in the end? I wonder if that'll turn into something like that in the end. I bet it will. Yeah. Big push down, big push down. I bet that'll end up like that. Down here. It would sort of make sense when it down, sideways down. $3,863. Yeah. One of them, isn't it? Is it that one? It's one of them, isn't it? I mean, that's a big old strong move down, isn't it? You know, I did have the day pegged as downwards, but I wasn't quite expecting that. Break, two pushes up. Yeah, doesn't always make it up, does it, to be fair? Got to keep that in mind. Doesn't always make it up. Tries to go once, tries to go twice, fails, yeah. I just had it in my head it was coming up here. Oh well, you live and learn. Trend line 1 hour ago, yeah. Yeah, we did have the break, didn't we? Try to go once, try to go twice, failed, yeah, because it doesn't always make a new extreme, does it? Trapped a lot, yeah, including me. Trapped a hell of a lot, didn't it? And look, it broke the bottom, which I was expecting it to do at some point. See the bigger pattern, yeah. So I think we're likely to have another push down when we get up here. It's hard to say, isn't it? Let's move that in there a minute. So look, in fact, let's get rid of that a second. It's sort of downwards as a fashion, isn't it? Yes, if you have that trend channel, yeah, it does do that, doesn't it? Okay, that's just lack of experience, that. I wonder how much further this is going to go up before it comes down. Bear me a second. Okay, let's see what we make of this. Bigger downtrend doesn't look right, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't really, does it? Let's remove that a minute. Let's just concentrate on this. Yeah, it's not very helpful, is it? That's why I got rid of it. I think we'd be better off leaving the, what's it there? Leaving the range there. That's probably better at the moment, isn't it? Or there, do you think? Let's leave it there a minute. Is it coming up to retest the bottom of this? Let's have a look. See, whenever you have a steep push down like that, you usually have quite a strong pullback. Let's see if we're going to get another entry to go lower. It's going to bounce off this. Let's zoom in a bit. Okay. Back into this range here. See what's going to happen now. See, look at that, look, 5-10 point move back up. Yeah, I've heard Max say many times, when we break out of a channel, try to get up once, try to get up twice. If it fails, it's a failure, so yeah. So I think there is a possibility we may get another push down, isn't there? Yeah, I did consider taking that, but I'd have preferred something a little bit more positive of that. If that had been further down, then I'd expected it to pull back up after after such a sharp move down. See if we can get something, maybe a lower high or something. Maybe, I don't know, maybe we got something like this in play or something. I don't know. It's hard to say at the moment. Okay, so that's a break of a fashion, isn't it? Weird how it moves over there. It's almost saying right now we're out of the channel. Had a break so we can get a new high, and then if we can get a push below and maybe a lower high, then I'll consider making, maybe this is going to make another move down. The type of day where trend channels ought to be as tight as possible, yeah. Anybody thinking this may make another leg down? I think it's quite likely it might end up a downtrend if this comes down any further. No. Okay. Okay, so there's the break and the new high. Let's see what happens now. You're long at the moment, are you? There wasn't a decent entry really. I'd want that a little bit further down. I thought after a sharp move, I think it's likely we were going to pull back. But without a decent setup, it was just risky for me to do that. So, okay, we've had a break of a new high. Let's see if we can get below this EMA and then retest the bottom of this. And if we do, then I may consider that we may be making another low. We'll have to see. And that's technically a second entry short, but you wouldn't really want to take that there. Let's see if we can get a push down. Just wondering whether there'll be short strap there, possibly. So I'm not ignoring the comments, I'm just concentrating what's going to happen here. Now we're either going to bounce off this and move back in, or we may break through. It's hard to say at the moment. But this is a possible failure, isn't it? Well, second entry below the EMA would be nice, yeah. I think, Lance, you will live online streaming influence. You think, Lance, is the live online stream influences your trading performance? Well, so far, it's the only time I've managed to build an account like that and go this far. So I think sometimes it might, if someone says, move this, move that, move this, sometimes it probably could. But it's hard to say, really. I think sometimes, someone will say, move it to there, move it to there, move it to there. I think what you've got to ultimately do is do it your own way. And then just see how you go on, really. It's hard to say, but it's the only thing that's managed to get me trading for 12 days and get up over $5,000. So, and not revenge trade. So, I think yesterday just unnerved me a little bit. I had my first red day. I had 18 good strong green days. Got up to $6,000, and I had that one day yesterday. And today's been clearly a choppy old day, so it's not the easiest of the trade. And I think I've concentrated too much on maybe trying to get back into the green and not just playing the game. I don't think that was a first winning trade. I got up $400. That one ended up losing. Was it a good trade? It's hard to say. Now we know it's a range. It's easy to say you wouldn't go short there, but I think quite a few people probably did. So it's certainly helping me, put it that way. It's not doing anything in the way of anything detrimental. It's the only thing that's worked up to now, so fingers crossed. Rule 1, don't move or pull back the stop. Yeah, I did adjust it there, probably more than I should have done. See, this is respecting this line, isn't it? That's a hidden second entry long, isn't it? But it's risky to go long, I think. Although it's technically a failure, we've had a break and a new high. Second, yeah, it's hard to say. I did think initially bias for the day, but it has sort of been biased in a fashion, isn't it? So see what happens here. See if we can get a class that as a hidden second entry. We'll see what happens here. Okay, you could say that's a hidden second entry long, couldn't you? Better push back up into the range. Tested the bottoms. See how it finishes. Kind of like where that's finished. See if we can get a high or low. I think it's probably going to career down here, I'd say, but I've got to wait for a proper setup. The last thing I want to be doing is starting to pick up bad habits now. If we can get a push up above here, then I'm thinking lower down. After this big push down and then this sort of correction, it has played out, hasn't it? But I'm as tempted as it was to take this. I've got to wait for a proper setup, because the last thing I want to do is start getting bad habits. If this ends up bullish and then triggers, then we'll see. See if it ends up bullish. You could call that hidden second entry long. Depending on how it finishes, doesn't look like it's going to finish great, does it? See if we can get a lower high. I don't think it's going to push down as much as this one did, but engulfing will be interesting. The thing is, on the engulfing, I tend to like it a little bit more positive there, but I am thinking down. So let's see if this does end up turning into something like this. Then you know what I mean. It has triggered. Let's That's triggered, isn't it? Let's remove this a minute. Now, if this does come down here and tick below here, as someone said, it is an engulfing bar, so that's played out. We've got a break, new high, push down below the EMA, pull back up, trigger, let's see. Yeah, something about it I don't like. See if it does pull down and trigger. If it pushes down and trigger, I think I'm okay with that. I like the way it's finished there. Okay, hopefully it's going to close on its low and trigger. Okay, I kind of like that. Let's see if we can get down a little bit here. Okay, I love where it's finished. Push down, lower high. If this one does fail, then that's it for me today. I think I'm going to have to take it on the chin, take the weekend off. But I do like the way it's finished, so let's see if we can get a push down and then sort of get out the red and the green. Pull this down just in case we do get a quick plunge. Yeah, trend's definitely played out. I was thinking bearish probably for the most of the day. We had this initial push down, there's some sideways and some push down. We had this drop out at the bottom of the channel. We've come up. We've had a clear break, new high, big bearish bar, push down below the EMA, push back up, breaking above, finished on an engulfing bar, big bearish bar, right where I like it, EMA facing down. I think it looks okay. Sometimes they take a bit of getting going, don't they? Maybe a failure. Oof, who knows? Did I give that one extra tick? I always like to. Yeah, I did. Okay, see what happens. Just not dropping as quick as I thought. So we've had this big push down, correction, another push down. It often does have two legs, doesn't it? Leg down, two leg down, I don't know, maybe. This is a winner, mate, you think? You're right. It's just taking its time. I think once it starts to go, then maybe a few more traders jump on it after seeing this pullback. I think we need to make a new high. We did out of this, didn't we? Is that what you mean? So this might be a failure. We'll have to see. If this goes south, then I'll count these as 2 bad days, and I'll have to take the weekend off and move on. Bear me a second. Sorry about that. Okay. So this failure, hopefully if this finishes on its lows and triggers, we'll have to see. Certainly looks like it's moving down, doesn't it? So we've pushed below this range, touched up. It is what it is. I'm in it now. I like the trade. Sometimes it'll come back a bit and then Just bear me 1 second. Okay, I'm back again. That's technically a failure, although it's not where I like it. If we can push down below here, then you're short from the break. Just make sure you lock in. Yeah, I'm going to try and get something this time. Come on, push down. Need to push down here a little bit. It's really struggling to break here, isn't it? Flush down and snap back. Yeah, they tend to do that, don't they? So I might just do that actually. Try and get 3 points out of it if it does. As we've had a pull back, I'm going to move that down so I can follow it, see what happens. It just could just be one of those days. Just wondering if anyone will have gone long off there, second entry long. Not sure. It's hard to say, isn't it? Tempted to get out with a small loss, but it just, if I do that, it'll just come down. What I might do is pop it down here and I'll follow it down if it does manage to get below. What I might do now is pop that there. It does come back up again now. Let's just pop it back where it was. Okay, we match that bottoms again. Yeah, sometimes you see this, it'll break quickly and then shoot back up, but I think there may be some longs in there. I'm thinking it's going to come back into here, so if we can break below there, then I think we're going to have a chance of... I saw this a few weeks ago and it went about 12 in a row like this. Trouble is, the more it does that, sometimes it'll really jump back quickly. Really struggling, isn't it? Let's give it that one extra tick, I like to. Definitely messy old day, that is, I've got to say. If I get out of this with something, I can consider myself lucky, I think. Go on. 6 times that's touched. Let's hope so, mate. kind of while after this big strong push down and pull back. I initially thought bearish on the day with that initial push down and then some sideways and that, but after that and a big correction, dropped down below the EMA and struggling to get up, bouncing off the bottom side of the range. Takes some breaking sometimes, doesn't it? Assuming there's going to be some shorts, there'll probably be a few long stops and a bunch of short orders maybe. So if it does break, hopefully it will. So at least trying. Bear me a second. Sorry about that. If it finishes on its low, okay, yeah, that might give it. Let's see if it does snap back. Just don't like the way its side was there, but we'll see. Right, let's see if we can get something out of this. Hopefully we'll get a strong push down now. That'd be nice. Let's give that one extra tick, I think. Okay. What do we get out of that? 3 points or something. I just the way it's been playing today, I thought that would have been a bit stiffer than that, but let's have a look. 28, 3 points. Okay. At least that's slightly positive. Probably likely going to go. In fact, I'm just thinking, is there going to be people long in that? It's hard to say. Soon for the bottom of the day. Yeah. Just wonder if it's going to break below here, but I just can't take a short there. Yeah, it is. It's probably just a bit risky trying again, isn't it? Yeah. We had this initial push down. I think it was wishful thinking that would happen again, but that's a lot better stomach, that is. Happy New Year. You're out. Happy New Year to you, bud. Great trade. Better anyway. I thought the trade was okay. I took it to where I think it was probably safe. When did I come out here? Yeah, okay. I'm all right with that. Yeah, that was odd. Also down $300. Okay, so that's not too bad. That's down, what's that, about $650 over the 2 days. But the 2 previous days, I was up $2,300. So I think all things considered, tough day. Learned some lessons. Will that work out like that at some point? No, will it? Wouldn't be surprised if the whole day works out at a downtrend. Possibly coming lower there. That's all right. Yeah. Touchy. Yeah, probably something like that, isn't it? How long have we been going now? 4 3/4 hours. Nice trades management. That was just hit and hope, mate. That was, to be honest with you. I thought the trade was good. After we've had this big push down, this initial pullback, we broke below the EMA and we were just bouncing off the bottom section of it. And so I think the trade was in a good position. And at the end of the day, it did what it was supposed to. It didn't break above it. It is bouncing here. So I've got some back. So I'm down $300. So consider it's been 2 pretty appalling days. I think down $650 on the previous 2 days, which was $2,003 up, isn't too bad actually. I think it will stop out lots and then but yeah. Does seem like we're moving down, doesn't it, in a fashion, but it's just too choppy really, and I think the best thing for me to do now would be to count myself lucky. I've got one back. I'm still just under $5,500. The most I was up to is 6, so I'm okay with that. It's going to be tough times. It's not all going to be roses and green days, and I'm aware of that. So yeah, it's going down nicely, isn't it? But it's as soon as it started doing that, to be fair, bouncing off that second leg, I think the sensible time would be to get out there. I got out with 3 points, so I think I made the right choice there. So where was it? Here, wasn't it? So that one there. Okay, no, you did well. I think the last 2 days, hunting stops with a low volume. Do you know, I heard somebody mention that last Christmas, bots hunting stops or something. I didn't quite fully understand it. But when someone mentioned they were trading Christmas, that popped into my mind. But then I heard people like Daryl saying they were trading. So I thought maybe it's not an option. And in all fairness, if I didn't trade Christmas, I'd have lost a lot of money because I over the last couple of days before yesterday, I was up $2,300 in the 2 days. So I'm down $650. So I've still made $1,700 over the few days at Christmas that I didn't intend on trading. So that's not so bad. Crying, there's no crying in peace. Thanks for your live stream. It's all right, mate. I mean, this is my journey, really. I'm no expert trader. I've been doing it a couple of years and I've picked up some skills to be able to make some money. But as you know, I've struggled with the revenge trading. And so far, apart from move an extra... I've already done that now. Apart from take a few shady trades, maybe. But I don't think that was okay. It clearly worked. I don't think that was terrible, but obviously it just wasn't meant to be that one. And obviously that one went for the points. So all things considered, there was one I took here, but right, that was it, wasn't it? That was the loss, wasn't it? That was misjudgment. Now now a couple of days ago, I'd have said that is moving sideways. Stay out of it. So I'm going to have to get my thinking cap on for next Tuesday and think, really, that wasn't very sensible going along there. I didn't see the short, to be fair. I didn't see that coming at all, to be fair. And if I had gone short there, I'm going to say I'd have followed it down one tick at a time. And, oh, Christ, you'd have been laughing right the way to the bank, wouldn't you? So... yeah, I didn't see that. I tend to see a lot of traps now, but I didn't see that one. But just the fact that it was moving sideways should have caused alarm bells for me. But I think the last couple of days has probably made me a little bit too eager to get back in the game a bit and get up green. And I think that's taught me a bit of a lesson. Now we're hanging on there back to the pub. Yeah, cheers, Wood. We shall get there together. It'd be good, yeah. It is a big journey. It's the same for all of us, really, isn't it? It's a rocky ride. But, I've hit a couple of rocks and I'm only down a total of about... I got up to a fraction over $6,000, so I have 2 rough days. I can take that. That's not too bad. And I think the weekend off and Monday will give me a nice break. Because it's quite stressful trading, and I think you need... Yeah, this is initially what I thought it would happen. Like we'd have this push down, but I wasn't a push down. But if I've been having a glance at the daily, but even the daily is doing a bit of sideways stuff, isn't it? Up, down, up, down, up, down. So I think the time has come. I can't see anything. I mean, even if we did have something like that, I can't see... I think that's actually not terrible, actually, I don't think, is it? Even if there was something here, I think the way things have been at the moment and the market's coming to a standstill and people are thinking about New Year's and getting their mind out of it, I think it's probably safe for me to say I've had 2 losses. Fortunately, yeah, I've done before. Everyone's got to punch until plan until they get punched in the face, yeah. I've certainly had a few of them over the years. I did karate on and off for about 17 years, so I've had plenty of cracked ribs, broken toes, broken knuckles. Yeah, nothing quite prepares you for the smack in the face sometimes, does it? Keep swinging, keep swinging. Yeah, nice. Right, I think that's it. I think the sensible thing to do now, looking back over the last couple of days... yesterday we did have that big push up, but then it started feather out the side and I probably got suckered into what I was expecting, decent sized pushes up when we were making some sideways up and down movements. So that taught me a lesson. When it's chopping all over this, stay out. That one I didn't think was a bad trade. That one went okay, got me $400 up. That one... Yeah, the only thing I can say about that one, it's a fell second entry, nice bearish bar, exactly where I like it. EMA's facing down. I was expecting down, but it wasn't to be, was it? Sometimes it doesn't always work that way. You could say that's congested, but in a lot of cases, you take one like that and it'll plummet on down. So I think I've learned some valuable lessons, and I think it's been some good character building. And I think now, nice long weekend off, a bit of New Year drinkies, and I think I'll be good to go next week. Just get back to taking solid trades when it's messy, stay out. So look, I appreciate all you guys. I appreciate all the solid, supportive comments. Like I say, we're all in the same boat, aren't we? And we're all trying to sort of make it forward in a tough old world, and it is, isn't it? So look, New Year's Eve tomorrow, so have a great New Year, everybody. Stay safe, enjoy it with yourselves and your families, and have a great relaxing time. And I will see you all next year, which will be Tuesday. So have a great New Year, stay safe, and I will see you all nice and positive, fresh-minded, ready to go on Tuesday. Okay, so take it easy, everyone. Thanks very much. Thank you.